fight card of the year, final ESPN fight of the year. Well, fight ever. Final ESPN fight ever, right? Never mind just the pay-per-views, but it's the final fight. So we're just waiting on the first fight right now. All right, man. So, yeah, final fight of the year. Can't wait. First fight of the evening is going to be who is the first fight of the evening here. Let's check this out right here. So we got 13 bouts, and the first one is all right, Bleda versus Horth. First fight coming up. Unranked versus rank number 18. I guess, yeah, there is no rank number 18 in the UFC. It goes all the way up to only 15. But I suppose this is the world rankings. So always remember, there's a difference between world rankings and obviously the UFC's rankings. Sometimes they can be different, obviously, right? Usman Nurmagomedov is a great example of that, right? Now, where would he rank amongst the best lightweights in the world, right? Obviously, outside of the UFC, not necessarily ranked in the UFC, but yeah, you would imagine in other world rankings, he would somewhere be in the top 20, maybe even top 15, maybe even top 5, which is the reason why a lot of these guys who have fought in other regional places, you know, usually they would, you know, get a championship fight straight away, right? Once they get into the UFC. Kai Asakara from Ryzen is an example of that. So, all right, so now just still waiting on the first fight right now with a commercial on. Now, once it gets to Paramount, right, I would imagine you see right now in front of your screen with the ESPN, it says commercial, we'll be right back. Yet you're probably watching this from an app, so I would imagine in between the Paramount card, you would probably have a wide load of commercials. Obviously, commercials from the type of content that they have in the channel, on top of let's say, other commercials that they have out there. But I don't know, man. All right, so the first fight of the last fight of the ESPN and the last fight of the year is set to take place soon. So here we go. All right, and all the details will be on the description below, timestamps and all, so be sure to check it out so that you can get all the action right here. Okay, so here we go. First fight of the evening, Horth versus Bleda. 8-2 versus 7-1. And of course, the Apex cards will still go on, even in the Paramount, TV deal. Obviously, they're still going to hold fights in the Apex. It's, a cost and effective way for them to do so. But yeah, here we go. So the first fight of the evening. All right, here we go. Round number 1. There's an early shoot right there and failed, and now still in the boxing range right now, circling right around. A little bit of some head movement there. 441, 440, 439. Okay, there's another shot right there by Bled, shooting in. Horth's doing a good job of stuffing it, maintaining arm wrist control, while Bled is looking for a trip right up against the fence. 420, 419, 418, 417 of the first round. Going for the single leg. All right, so from what it seems like, looks like she's trying to isolate just the single leg, while Horth right on top is pushing the head down. There's another wrist control right there as the single leg is going on. Yeah, this is one of the best defenses for a single leg takedown, is basically making sure that you have a 2-on-1 on one of the arms that they are using to try and get into the single leg on. So bouncing right on that single leg right now, still up against the fence. All right. Still persisting that takedown right there. Oh, man. Yeah. Shout outs to the 38 people in the world they're in right now. Oh, wow. Just rocked her right now. Just, oh, oh, in total danger right now. In total danger. That is it. Horth just, wow. Horth got the finish right there. 29 minutes and 30 seconds into this live stream. Gets the finish right there. That was great, man. Yeah, very good. Normally, you don't see a lot of finishes in that division, but you saw it right here. That was great, man. Great way to start off the night right there. And that was the overhand right hook right in there, and then just walked her back, and then just kept going with that TKO. Sort of almost a standing TKO here. Okay, so it starts off with that hook. There's an uppercut, misses, goes down on the ground, then comes and follows up once again. After that follow up, all right. So there's the first fight of the evening. And yeah, man, 12 more fights to go. Yeah, to answer that question, Bleda just lost right now with that overhand right hook, and then just follow up on that one. So like I said, right, there's not a lot of finishes that go into that division. So when you see them, I mean, yeah, you can absolutely appreciate a finish like that. So all right, so we're on to the next fight. And let's see, the next fight we got coming up is Alan Frye versus Guilherme Pat. Wow, okay, two undefeated, 6-0 versus 5-0. This is going to be a very interesting fight right here. Okay, so Alan Frye Jr. and Pat. That's his last name, Pat. His first name sounds like a last name, and his last name sounds like a first name. That's it. It's just Pat, right? Guilherme and Pat. Whereas, yeah, he would have been Pat Guilherme, but it's Guilherme Pat. So, all right. So in the meantime, while we wait for Guilherme versus Pat, Frye, I think is his name. I wonder if he's related to Don Frye, any relation to Don Frye in any way. Frye versus Pat. All right, and hopefully not too much of a long commercial in between. Now, usually when you get an early knockout like that, they're going to have commercials in between. You know what? I'm curious to see, right, how they're going to pace the card for the Paramount card, right? I wonder if they're going to, let's say, do just the fights right away. I know that's what they did in Strikeforce, right? If especially in the prelims, if there was a fight that had just happened and it was a first round knockout, straight away they would have the guys walk out for the next fight. But with ESPN, obviously there's a little bit more of a TV deal, right? Where they got to get their commercials in. But right now, what I'm watching on the ESPN app, right? It says on the ESPN app, commercial, we'll be right back. What commercial is being watched right now? Now, is it the commercials that are being played on the ESPN channel? Could you also watch this on a regular ESPN channel? Also, the other question is, could the other ESPN channels around the world maybe have a format like that, right? Could it be that their format is, let's say, okay, they have a commercial going on for the ESPN, but not necessarily for the ESPN Plus. And then when you are a subscriber to ESPN Plus, well, they don't really need to give you commercials other than showing you like, hey, look, we're at a commercial right now. But also, ESPN is not the only one that covers UFC. There's other countries in the world that have UFC and let's say DAZN, right? Like Italy in the UFC, you'd have to watch it in DAZN. If you watched it in Romania or other countries like that, yeah, that's all in DAZN. They have some kind of deal with but the rest of the world follows ESPN or this and that. Yeah, everyone's making a big deal about this Paramount deal and, you know, how it's going to change everything and how it's going to change their television production, this, that, and the other. Well, I tell you what, the one thing they are planning on changing is the time slot. Leandro says Don Frye Jr. Is he really Don Frye's son or a relative of his or anything like that? Let me know on the section below. By the way, man, a big turnout for people right now, right? For this fight, right? I guess because it's the final fight of the year. Maybe that's the reason why. Maybe there's some intrigue to that. Or maybe you guys are feeling a little bit nostalgic about ESPN. But yeah, We'll see. They're showing. So yeah, they're just interviewing Brandon Royval right now. Interesting thing that Brandon Royval said, right? He said that he doesn't want to fight at the White House, right? Meanwhile, there's everybody right now that is, going out of their way to go and fight at the White House, right? Like almost begging. I mean, you got Jones begging, you got Conor McGregor begging, and these are not the type of guys that would normally beg for a fight, right? I mean, obviously not if you're Tom Aspinall. Definitely not if you're Michael Chandler trying to get Conor McGregor in there and trying to get your payday in there. But Brandon Royval said he's not interested because he feels that it looks like some sort of Game of Thrones or what is that? What is that Netflix show? Squid Games type of scenario going on. So very interesting take on Brandon Royval for not wanting to do that. But nonetheless, he is here tonight in the final ESPN card ever, right? So that in and of itself is special in its own right. Maybe more special for the hardcore fans. Obviously, not something the casuals necessarily care too much about. But yeah, it's Brandon Royval right now being interviewed. All right, so Pat is walking out right now, and then Don Frye, or Don Frye Jr., as they call him, is right up next. So yeah, 5-0 versus 6-0, very interesting prospect matchup early in the card. Yeah, so Shotokan Karate. That means he's going to have a good long distance type of range fighting that you're probably going to see here. Maybe a lot of bounce in his step. Now, I didn't really do much extensive research on these two, so it'll be really interesting to see how this comes about. Not necessarily one of the cards that I went into about any particular predictions or anything like that, but yeah, it'll be the first time I think seeing him. So this is his UFC debut, right? I believe him and Ellen Frye are both in their UFC debuts right now. So that should be a good matchup, right? It's always interesting when you have two guys that are both in their UFC debut, right? They both have to deal with the jitters. Whereas with usually, if there was one person that was debuting in their UFC bout, it would be just one person that has never been in the UFC and the other one that is dealing with the UFC jitters. Fresh Melon, who says, is that a gangbanger Sharia Allahu Akbar channel? What do you mean by that exactly, Fresh? By the way, welcome. Yeah, so let's see what you have to say on this one now. So what matches do you look forward to in this one right here? All right, so Alan Frye Jr., aka Don Frye Jr., is walking out right now. He is a Frye Jr., but the thing is he the father of Don Frye? And I don't think that's the case. If that was the case, they would probably make a big highlight about it. But yeah, you're definitely in the right channel for that one right there. So here's Frye right now walking into the cage. Stanko says that they're both green, but that's not always the case, right? I mean, they may very well surprise us with a completely new, different levels to their game. So there's Frye right now. I see and notice someone in the background. It is what's his name? Derek Brunson. Derek Brunson is walking out with him right now. So that's interesting, to say the least. He says the Manel Cap fight. I want to see if Royval uses Muhammad Makayev technique taken off Cap's shorts. What? Are you saying that's what Muhammad Makayev did in that fight? I don't remember him doing that in that fight. No, was he grabbing the shorts? Was that what was going on there? Let me know. All right, so Alan Frye versus Pat. Both 6'5". Okay, so this is a heavyweight bout. I don't know why I thought they might have been a lighter weight, but yeah, obviously for 238, 242, that's not the biggest weight. Yeah, he was all over. He was all over him. Okay, got it. Yeah, yeah. And obviously, from what I remember, the UFC was not too happy with with Muhammad Makayev in that fight, right? At least the pre-fight ambles that comes with it. I mean, Muhammad Makayev may have gotten it on with some UFC staff members, right? Didn't get along with them or whatever the case may be. It says Muhammad Makayev was stabbing Kape in his eyes. What do you mean by stabbing? Are you talking about like poking his eyes in between that? On the ground. Okay, got it. All right, so here we go. Round number one. Okay. Frye is in the white. Pat is in the black. No racial. He says, "Is Miller helping his friend?" 187 human today. Yes, he is. He is cornering Nate Davies, by the way. So I'm very much well invested into that fight as well. Obviously, Miller has hit me up, sort of asking for some advice, giving him some technical assessment. Just helping and contributing any way that I can on that one. So yeah, man, I hope he does well and onto his journey in the world of MMA, inshallah. Speaking of which, all right, they're off and running right now. Frye is clinching up Pat up against the fence. Pat is pushing Frye is pushing Pat into the fence, right? He's got a wizard on him now. They're sort of still in the same dominant position as Frye is at, hand fighting each other while Pat's back is right up against the fence. All right, there's a solid shot right there by Pat. Ooh, there's another hook right there by Pat. Oh, wow. Okay, Pat has Frye hurt right now. All right, so as the fight continues on right here. All right, so now Pat has is right back up against the fence right now, and Don Frye or Alan Frye is clinching him up against the fence. A lot of fence fighting going on here, right? Now, if you were to score this round to anybody, it would probably be Frye just based off of the uh, fence fighting going on. Also, credit to Pat though, he did hit Frye with a few good shots, right? And nowadays it seems that damage seems to score a lot more points than, let's say, just a regular cage control, which is what Frye is engaging in right now. But Frye is really fried in the face right now. So, he's got a busted up face. And yeah, man, Pat is doing a very good job of the strikes towards him. Oh, wow, look at this, man. Frye knocks down Pat out of nowhere. Now Frye is right on top of Pat right now. It's right on top of him, and that is the end of the first round. Yeah, I'm gonna have to give that one to Frye. Now, obviously, the cage control, and then on top of that, just the strikes that he threw at him. Yeah, that was enough to really put him on his butt and get it going. Now, Fresh, what kind of question is that? What do you think? Right now, why why do you think that would be a reason to scream Allahu Akbar about? By the way, yeah, do you know what happened? I haven't looked into it. Okay, so what happened was, I think, here's what I think. Right, I think, well, if you really want me to, give you some, honest assessment about it, right? Think about this, right? Who is the president of Syria who hosted the U.S. troops there? Obviously, the president of Syria. So there you go. That's the best way for me to really explain that to you, right? And I'm sure there are people out there that are probably leaning towards that direction, and rightfully so. Now, that could just be pure speculation, but the president of Syria was a member of al-Nusra back in the 2012 revolution days, if you remember. So, but on any regard, yeah, he says, have Muslim friends who, oh, did you? Well, what part of the country are you from? If you don't mind me asking, huh? Kind of breaking into your wall a little bit in terms of what it is that you try to hide or whatever. Just wanted to see if you would break out into, a bit of some information. But on any regard, here's some information on this fight right now. Clinch fighting between Frye and Pat. There's Pat right on top of Frye right now, wrist controlling him, controlling the situation here. All right, so still continuing with this 50-50 position that Pat and Don and Frye Jr. are in right now, right? Maintaining this 50-50 position, just yeah, not really going anywhere with it. There's some knees right there by Frye. 1-2 shot. Oh wow, man, going forward with these straight shots right here. All right, still maintaining this 50-50 clinch position up against the cage right now. There's another knee to the body right there while backing him up. It's like young. It's like young lost whites going hail H or saying the N word. They mimic real life. You ought to run it if it came to them, huh? Okay, that's what you experienced when you heard them say that. Okay, during 9/11. Okay, you know what's crazy about that? Fresh. You know, a lot of people, rarely remember 9/11 nowadays. Which, by the way, I just broke into sort of understanding what age range you are at. So if you've had that type of friends that did that during 9/11, that would mean you are probably somewhere in your 30s or 40s now. Okay, so that's good. We're getting a little bit of a profile on you a little bit, man. Oh man, this is going to be real interesting when Miller gets in here for this conversation. But okay, so now still maintaining this 50-50 position with Frye Jr., still on that. He says, I'm CIA, I'm always, what is this? Always the same age. You know what? So I saw Homeland on HBO, if you remember that show. Well, now it's on Netflix, right? All the entire catalog of it. So the guy Quinn, yeah, right, one of the main characters, not Carrie, the main character, right, the blonde woman, but Quinn, the other protagonist of the show. Uh, Apparently, he is a recruited CIA member from the age of 17 and 18. He came from a foster home. They hired him. It was very similar to the James Bond story, quite honestly, Um, yeah, he says 50-50s gay MMA position. Yeah. I mean, not the most aesthetically pleasing that you want to see, right? But it is still part of the fight. It happens, and and that's that. So yeah, people often complain about that in fights, but it is what it is. He says Otto Skorensky is the real James Bond. Who is that? Who is Otto Skorensky? Is that anyone I should know, or is that a character in that show? Skorensky. Okay, German mil. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, very interesting. Yeah. So Uh, yeah. There was a character in there by the name of Otto, right? He was this, rich German aristocrat of some sort. His family was like tied into the Nazis, and then Carrie ended up working for him as yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I understand now. I looked it up. Yeah, from Nazi Germany. Got it. All right. So once again, back to the 50-50 position. Once again, yeah, Otto Skorzinski, yeah, is the real James Bond, he says. So, all right, back to the 50-50 position once again. Yeah, Fry seems to be adamant in keeping the fight in this particular direction right now. So, uh, well, yeah, we don't know if this is going to be favorable towards the judges, but we'll see. All right, so still maintaining this clinch position right now. I mean, this whole entire fight, from round 1, 2, and 3, has been this 50-50 position the whole entire time, with some moments of of throwing some shots in between. This is why you see Frye right now bleeding from the eyes right now. But yeah. So the referee is asking them to work to improve their positions right now. All right, so every time there is a little bit of some action going on here, they just go back into this clinch position once again with about 1 minute and 30 seconds left into this one. All right, so after like a minute and 20 seconds of that, they break away, and now they are back onto their boxing and kickboxing stance range at each other. Now they're back into the clinch again. They have a high propensity of going back to the cage with each other. He says, "Do you still go and pray?" Yes, yes, of course, man. Yes, was there yesterday. Yes, thank you for asking. All right, so there it is, man. That is the end of the fight. We're gonna find out who the winner is coming right up. But yeah, thank you for that question, by the way. Very important question that you asked about Friday prayers. But yeah, shout out to you on that. All right. We will find out the winner of this fight coming up. So stay tuned. All right, so as we got the verdict in right now, the winner of this fight is Pat. Pat is now the winner of this fight. So very close fight. Obviously, it could have gone either way, but Pat won by decision. And now let's hear what he has to say to Michael Bisping. So now he's speaking in Portuguese right now. We're just waiting for what his says that it was a very emotional time for him right now. He was waiting for this. Wow, so he said that he used to play the UFC game and basically put himself through a career mode. Who didn't put ourselves in a career mode at some point of that game. And you know, he says now it's coming to a reality. So big ups to him on that one. All right. So Pat is the winner of that fight. That is the second fight of the evening. Now on to the third fight of the evening, which is going to be Santos versus Croden coming up. Brazil versus Canada. So Croden versus Santos coming up. All right, next matchup coming up: Croden versus Santos. All right, so here we go, round number one. And then after this one is a heavyweight matchup. All right, so 447, 446, 443, round number one. Low kick by Santos. 1-2 shot. Low kick. Okay, there's a low kick right there. 355, 353. 1-2 shot. So not a lot of backing up with the strikes here, right? They often are circling around each other rather than either pushing the other person back or sort of taking a step back. They're sort of just circling now together in the but now here's a judo hip toss right there by Santos down on the ground, side control, right by the fence, has a little bit of a bulldog choke. Wow, man. And Neil Magny is only like a couple of fights away right here. Yaroslav Amosov, he's fighting. Is this Amosov's UFC debut? Is it? Wow. Okay. How about that? Okay, so stuck in the bulldog position right now. All right, so now it's got the back position right now. Right after from that judo hip toss, now it is are in the bottom position right after taking the bulldog choke from that hip toss. Croden on the back breaks up right back into the boxing kickboxing stance in the middle of the cage. Notice how there's a propensity of going towards the middle of the cage, right? Not really backing each other up. So usually when you see a striking fest, right, between two athletes, you would usually see one getting backed up or the other one purposely backing up or a combination of both, right? Every time they strike, it is usually within the center of the cage. But now here's a 50-50 clinch position right up against the fence right now, 120, 119 of the first round. To which I would probably give the first round to Santos just based off this right here. Just a couple of the takedowns. And, Croden did have uh, some ground control time there, but momentarily. All right, so still maintaining the body lock position, 50-50 up against the fence, 27, 25, 24. All right, so that is round one, and Croden ends it with a dominant 50-50 position up against the fence, looking for a single leg, being stuffed. That's the end of the first round right there. Maxwell KO Justin and made a wrestler out of Dustin. Maxwell KO Justin, yes, and made a wrestler out of Dustin, but he's not good enough for the interim title belt. Why not? Who is saying that about Max Holloway? Are people complaining about him fighting for an interim belt? Who is he? I mean, are you saying okay because Patty and Justin are fighting for the belt? Got it. Yeah, that makes sense, right? Like, why would Justin be above Max Holloway? That kind of makes sense, right? I guess because maybe they just want Patty in an exciting matchup. And you know what? Dana White even admitted to everybody that look, we're not in the business of like, okay, let's say if the guy is number one or the guy is number two, it's not always the case. There's more to it than that. This is what he literally explained, explaining the Armin Sarukian situation. All right, round number two. All right, so now, as I was saying in the first round, right, there's not a lot of backing up motion from either of them. They usually just circle around each other, but now it is Santos that is backing up right behind the black line of the octagon, and there's a body jab right there. He says, "Yeah, but Maxwell is not a BJJ dude or a wrestler. That should be great for Patty. Yeah, Maxwell is not a BJJ dude or a wrestler. That should be great for Patty. Uh, you know what, man? Even though, look, I think that Patty is much better at jujitsu than, let's say, Maxwell. But here's the thing: we don't know. I see you got me calling him Maxwell. It's Max Holloway, but uh, we're never going to see it because Holloway's just really adamant in keeping the fight on his feet, and he can do so. He can absolutely do so. Keep the fight on his feet. So that right there would be a much more favorable matchup for Max because hey, Max says he's the best boxer in MMA, so he's sort of proven that. He says, I think Dana likes Rogan, takes too many steroids and growth hormones. They are all over the place. Okay, so hmm, I think Dana, like Rogan, takes too many steroids and hormones. They are all over the place. So, is that in reference to the decision uh, of Dana White to make these fights? Help me figure this out of what you mean here. Do you think that he made these fights out of emotional decisions or not rational decisions? I mean, maybe the rational decision is that these guys are great for business for each other to fight, right? All right. Meanwhile, here's Santos in the top position right now of Croydon. He says he never makes any sense. He's very emotional. Well, here's the thing, right? I think a lot of these decisions that he made were just based on who is the most available guy in front of us, right? And the only guy that was available in front of them at that time were these names. Ilya Tapora can't be there. Islam Makhachev is at 150, 170. So there's a list of variations of things that we really can't say. Oh well, you know what? This is the reason why he's acting in erratic behavior. I don't think it's that. I think it's just the only choice that they were able to really put together, in my opinion. Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but it seems that's the reason why they had the type of choices that they made. All right, so Santos still maintaining top position right now with a half guard. All right, so still maintaining top level, top position by Santos right now. I would give Santos the ground control on this one. Oh, there's a leg lock right there, looking for a leg lock, looking for an ankle lock right there. Oh, and an ankle lock of her own. All right, so that's the end of the round. I will have to agree with that assessment, right? At least in the past, in past occurrences from Dana White. Okay, like for example, do you remember Paul Daly back in 2010, right, when he punched Josh Koscheck after the fact? So Dana's whole entire decision was that, hey, you know what, we're gonna get rid of you out of the UFC. And then years later, you've seen guys do way worse things than what Paul Daly did for them to get kicked out of the UFC. But it's like, is that a rational decision that he made, or was that just because at that time, well, you had the UFC sort of in this spectrum of trying to get into the mainstream, right? And how do you do that? Well, you got to play and toe the line a little bit, right? Towing the line, meaning that, like, okay, you know what? We're going to be a sport that supports inclusivity, but not only that, it also supports the idea of respect, martial arts, and all of that, right? But obviously, they had to make that decision with Paul Daly, whereas years later, they still had to make executive decisions, but in a different light. Says, yeah, whatever Mohammed Makayev did can't be that bad, right? That's what I'm saying. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. This is what I think. I think he ruffled the feathers of Dana a little bit. And the reason why, I mean, we don't know why. Dina's not going to give you the full details until years later, just like what happened with Francis Ngannou. We only knew all these little altercations that Dana White had with Francis Ngannou. All right. So, Fresh here says, for example, Dana says he doesn't want to work with people he doesn't like. That's insane and childish. You know what? I will agree with you on that, right? It is, but at the same time, it's sort of like they are a private company. But at what point does he act like an owner of a private company as opposed to the media conglomerate that they are right now? But no, I do agree with you on that, right? That is childish, but at the same time, if you are a private company, you can sort of operate that way, right? But then, yeah, he's okay. So he's not the owner anymore. Yeah, so I guess that's a classic case of a power trip, isn't it? Right. So he's not the owner anymore, but he does feel compassionately tied to MMA, in particular the UFC brand. So it's like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's a weird one, right? Like, I agree with you. Yeah, it is. Look, I don't know. I would not operate like that, as a UFC president, right? Like the way that you would want to operate as a president of the UFC is sort of a combination of like, all right, you know what? Maybe you'll give some people that you like some favorable matchups, right? Like for example, if I was, in that position, maybe I'd give favorable matchups to fighters that I like. But that's the extent that it goes. But then at the same time, the other people that I don't like, hey, why not make a storyline out of it? A Vince McMahon, Stone Cold Steve Austin storyline out of it, while at the same time, giving an opportunity to people that could be the best fighters in the world, and you may not know it. Like how? Imagine how the career of Paul Daly would have gone had he continued on past that Josh Koscheck fight, right? We never got to see that because, in a way, Dana White sort of, deprived of that opportunity from seeing that true potential of Paul Daly. We did see his potential outside of the UFC, but that was about it. He fought to the UFC up until 2010, and then from 2010 to the 2020s, ended his career with Bellator and Strikeforce. So, that's it. So, oh, wow. Okay, official decision, coming up next. Alright. Yeah, this card looks pretty good if you, know what you're looking at, right? Now, obviously, after this, the next fight coming up is going to be Sharaf, versus Asplund, and then you got Neil Magny versus, Amosov, which I believe is his, UFC debut. That's gonna be interesting, right? And then you had Joe, Henderson, Brito taking on Isaac, Thomson. Okay, that's going to be, Bobby Green versus Lance Gibson, 9-1, right? It's always fun to see Bobby Green mix it up with guys that are, sort of starting prospects like that. Marcus Buchecha taking on Kennedy and Jake Chu. Okay, former Cage Warriors champion Morgan Charrier taking on Costa, and then Cesar Almeida taking on Olechek, and then Giga Chad is in this card as well. So, All right, so Sharaf versus Asplund next coming up. Man, some heavyweight bangers coming up right now. And obviously, Santos had just won her fight right now, so on to the next. All right, so we got Sharaf versus Asplund next, man. Yeah, I'm always excited to see the heavyweights go at it. You know, it's going to be like battleships battling each other, right? It's the best way to really put it. All right, so looks like they're showing Yuri Prohachka's uh, cancer research fund. Okay, very interesting. Very interesting. You know, I'll be honest with you, right? You know, sometimes I'm a little bit skeptical of people's, like outwardly showing of charity or this, that, and the other. I don't know, but with this one, I sort of feel like Yuri is he's really sincere about this, right? You could just tell Yuri is one of those people that really puts his all into everything, right? And you would probably think maybe that can translate to how he cares for people that are in need, right? But yeah, look, you know how it is. Listen, as Muslims, the way that we sort of see it is, if you're going to do charity, if you're going to do this, that, and the other for someone, it's not something that you normally put out there or something that you usually say, right? It's just something that you just do for the sake of you and Allah, right? But for other people, I get it. They're not playing by those rules. And maybe if they understood what we understood, maybe it'd be like, okay, you know what? Then maybe we shouldn't do it that way. Maybe you should do it in a much more discreet way. But most times, people who are in certain, platformed positions, the reason why they do what they do is because sometimes, you know what? It's a big deal for their brand, right? Sort of what Steve will do it and Logan Paul was arguing about regarding Mr. Beast. He sort of said that Mr. Beast is not really the type of person that goes and helps people. And then what was his reason, right? Because obviously Logan Paul was adamant in being very much against this notion. Well, his reason is because, he's actually seen him, really care for other people doing it, doing it in a very sincere way. But at the same time, Mr. Beast is a product. He's an entity. It does look good for his product for him to sort of express that to the world. And yeah, so I don't know, but just thought I'd throw that out there as a little bit of interesting side conversation. But nonetheless, here's Stephen Asplund. Is that how you pronounce his name? Asplund or Asplund? Asplund. Stephen Asplund walking out to the cage right now. All right, here we go. Round number one between Sharaf and Asplund. Now, being that it's a heavyweight fight, you better believe that there's a good chance that these guys are going to end each other in the first round. Let's hope so, right? We love to see a little bit of some first round knockouts. But yeah, man, let's check this out. Asplund versus Sharaf, very tatted up for a Muslim guy, right? Never really seen a lot of Muslim guys that tatted up, unless, of course, they're Arabs from Australia, right? A lot of them are tatted up, right? Like gang tattoos and everything. But yeah, Sharif, he trains in the same gym as, I believe, Colby Covington. I think he's Colby Covington's training partner. So, real interesting training partner to have for a heavyweight. Obviously, being that Colby Covington has, a lot of skills coming from a very skilled weight class. Yeah, yeah, really no feeling out process between them. Very interesting fight right now. Ooh, there's a nice elbow right there from Asplund. He asks, Oh, okay. What is this? He's the Muslim Connor or Hangman. Very interesting assessment on that when he says, Kyrie, where will you celebrate Christmas? Don't celebrate Christmas or Hanukkah, my man. But Ramadan is on uh, February, right? February to March. So I'm looking forward to that one, as I'm sure you guys are looking forward to your Christmas, your Hanukkah, and what was the other one? Hanukkah, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa. Hanukkah, okay, Kwanzaa is the what exactly is Kwanzaa? Is that part of the Christian tradition, or is that part of the Hebrew Israelite tradition, or is that just specifically for Muslim Africans, maybe? Or I don't know, but there's no other I'm sorry, there's no other Muslim holiday other than Eid and Ramadan. So says a Ramadan ding ding. Isn't that a song? Ramadan ding. No, it is not a song. In fact, Fresh, I'll have you know that I actually confronted someone, for mocking something like that. One of my friends, non-Muslim friends, was sort of saying that, so I had to confront him on that. So, but I mean, hey, listen, you're an online guy. You know what I mean? You're not in front of me. I guess you can say whatever you want with this in the safety of your home. But you better believe if you said that in front of me, you would have some serious problems in your hand. But hey, listen, that's the internet for you. You know what I mean? I have that much emotional maturity to like understand that. I mean, listen, if you met me like when I was, in my 20s and you said something like that, I'd be like, fool, who are you talking to? You know what I mean? I would fire off on you like verbally, right? And you're an online guy, and I'm probably never get the chance to ever meet you. But speaking of which, here's Sharaf right now trying to end this fight right now in the second round after a bloody first round that they had going on. He says, Rocky Sharp and the replays, Rama Lama Ding Dong. Rocky Sharp and the replays. Okay, so that is a real song then. Okay. Rocky and Sharp, huh? Rocky Sharp and the replays. That's the name of the band. Very interesting name of the band. Okay. Oh, there's a low blow right there by Asplund. Man, these are some two big, heavy boys right here. All right, so still waiting. A little bit of a timeout, a little bit of a longer timeout for a low blow. Usually 30 seconds. That's good. And then, yeah, but they're still waiting right now. All right, so here we go. Back with the action right now. Boom, some 1-2 shots right there, just going forward at each other right now. Wow, man, a very bloody fight we got going on right now. And then here's Asplund right now going forward while as he's moving forward, there's a Sharaf right there throwing some bombs right back at him. No pun intended. But all right, here we go. 1-2 shot right there, just walking him down. Really no technique. All right, so Asplund is looking to finish Sharaf right here. Sharaf looks like he's fading away from these shots right here. Just 1-2 shots right up against the fence. And referee Mark Smith is looking on, looking like he's threatening to stop it right now. The referee's threatening to stop it, almost stepping in. You know that little body language they do when they are about to step in between them. Wow. Okay, and that is it, man. That is it. Asplund finishes Sharaf right there, and with the little uh, uh, classic emote that he does right there. Yeah, man. So a bit of Tyson Fury like performance on his part, right? Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder like performance, not necessarily the technique wise, but more so of you know the body wise. But wow, I told you this is going to be a very interesting fight. So there's an elbow that came in right there. There's a 1-2 shot. Wow, man. Yeah, really pouring it on him right there. All right, man. So that's the uh that's the end of that fight right there. Wow, man. Yeah, very interesting fight. Um, all right, let's do some reactions, okay, for some news clips that have been happening as of late. So obviously that news that Fresh Melon Juice sort of brought up, we'll talk about that right now. Man, I really want to know what's going on with the fight with Marty Miller and Nate Davies, right? I forgot to ask how to if they even have any television, behind them of some sort. But yeah, man, shout out to the 106 people around the world that's tapped in from around the world. Thank you for tapping in on this one. Obviously, not really the biggest card out there today, but yeah, still big in its own right, considering that, it is the last ESPN card ever. But yeah, okay, let's go to Fox News. He said Miller should be live commenting the fight in the chat. Brother, that's very difficult to do while you are cornering someone, as you would imagine. You know what I mean? Like, you're asking a lot for homie, you know what I mean? But
for us on the shooter. Lucas?
Mike, we just received word from the U.S. Central Command, which oversees all American forces in the Middle East, saying the shooter was a lone ISIS gunman. I'm going to read the statement for our viewers. It says, quote, on December 13th, today, 2 U.S. service members and 1 U.S. civilian were killed and 3 service members were injured as a result of an ambush by a lone ISIS gunman in Syria. The gunman was engaged and killed. And we heard from Secretary Agseth, who said he was killed by partner forces. As a matter of respect for the families, in accordance with Department of War policy, the identities of the service members will be withheld until 24 hours after their next of kin have been notified. Updates will be provided as they become available. So just as we suspected, Mike, the shooter was an ISIS gunman.
All right. When they say that it was friendly forces that did this, I think what they are trying to say is the Syrian government or the Syrian forces. Now, the reason why they're not saying that is because, let's be honest, right? There's a lot of controversy going on with Syria. A lot of people are sort of accusing Syria of being pro-terrorism. I mean, listen, their president was only the president of Al-Qaeda, right? You know what I mean? So there you have it, man. You know what I mean? He says, what about the shooting in Brown University? I didn't know we had universities. Yeah, Brown University is a very prominent university, my man. But I didn't hear about that. That's interesting. Thank you for telling me about that. There's so many school shootings and campus shootings going on. It's very difficult to keep up with it, right? And I didn't even know about that. Like 10, 20 years ago, that would have been big news. But today it's just, man, whatever. You know what I mean? Unfortunately. But, that's sort of how people look at human life nowadays.
Some news there from CENTCOM saying it was a lone gunman who ambushed this patrol. From what we've been hearing from the Pentagon, this was a partnered patrol between American and Syrian forces. Remember, you have a new leader of those Syrian forces now, a new president of Syria who was just at the White House last month. The goal of this increased partnership with the Syrian forces is not just to keep ISIS down, but to...
By the way, I like that message that Asplund put out there. He says, be confident or whatever he said, but yeah, shout outs to him on that one.
Keep Iran out of Syria, which for decades under the Assad regime used Syria as a forward operating base to move weapons from Tehran to Beirut. It's certainly a tragic day for U.S. forces and a reminder that there are still U.S. troops in harm's way in the Middle East. Some 900 U.S. service members have been based in Syria for years across several bases. This is a country that the United States and the Trump administration still feels is very important and vital to U.S. interests. Because recall, just in President Trump.
Look, I'm going to tell you what I don't like about all of this, right? I'll tell you what I really don't like about this. What I don't like about this is that you have a situation where America is still in the Middle East. Why? Why do we need to put our guys in harm's way? But I don't know. I mean, listen, there's multiple reasons why
Trump's first term,
why people do that, why they have our guys over there, but it's not a good outcome by the end of it. So this is the result.
And ISIS caliphate was defeated at one point. It was the size of Indiana. It was the size of Great Britain. This caliphate that stretched from Syria to Iraq. We remember all the killings. We remember the air war that President Trump had ramped up. And while the caliphate has been defeated, it does appear that sleeper cells still...
It's funny how they said that at one point the Islamic State was the size of Great Britain. It almost sounds like half of their members already know how to operate in a country at that size, if you know what I mean.
Exist throughout Syria, and this was a tragic incident today, this ambush that killed 2 American soldiers, 1 American interpreter, and 3 other American soldiers were wounded, Mike.
Lucas Thomson doing a great job on the breaking news. Lucas, thanks very much.
All right, guys, be right back. We will be right back for for the rest of the fights. Be right back, guys. So it was November 22nd. It was in November 22nd when Qatar had their UFC debut, right? We're going to revisit that video, okay, that I made. By the way, I put that in a member only. I'm going to show you guys that video that I did regarding Qatar, right? What is Qatar's strategic importance in the Middle East? We're going to find out. We're going to find out because I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to show you right now that I put in the members only about a month ago. Let's check it out right now. Middle Eastern friends, you can add Qatar, Israel, Kuwait, of course the Emiratis into that whole entire mix, considering the fact that Qatar is also going to be hosting a UFC event on November 22nd on Saturday. By the way, on the same day that Anthony Yarde is set to fight David Benavidez, which is going to be taking place in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, man, they are taking over combat sports, right? The Qataris want to get into the mix as well. And now you have a pretty stacked card compared to normal American pay-per-views. You got Arman Sarukian taking on Dan Hooker, and then you got Ian Gary taking on Bilal Muhammad. That would have been a pay-per-view worthy event in any American or European city that is normally a UFC type of demographic, right? But Qatar, they want to get in on it too. Very interesting. Now, is there a prime motivation behind that? I think there is.
A substantial role from the beginning, working with our folks to ensure that came about. So I want to thank you for that historic piece. I look forward to joining the president as that gets, it's already been delivered, but as that's formally signed as well. And I'm also proud that today we're announcing or signing a letter of acceptance to build a Qatari Emiri Air Force facility at the Mountain Home Air Base in Idaho. The location will be host a contingent of Qatari F-15s.
Now, for those of you that don't understand the significant role that Qatar plays in world politics, let me explain it to you like this, right? They are literally the Switzerland of the Middle East. Now, who is Switzerland? Obviously, they are a neutral country dating back from the days of World War II when they sided with both the Americans and the Nazis. Well, not necessarily side with anybody. They were neutral. Kind of like how Qatar is not only friends with the Taliban, friends with Hamas. They have offices of Hamas and the Taliban in Qatar, but also they are friends with the United States, and they are also friends with Israel, at least until one time Israel had decided to do something to Qatar, and that wasn't too long ago. In fact, it wasn't too long ago. It was literally almost like yesterday.
One explosion at the back of the targeted building, followed by another in the front. Cell phone video shows people running in the normally quiet and peaceful Qatari capital. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said the targets were Hamas leaders who have an office in Qatar.
So is everything starting to add up now? There was a Taliban office in Qatar. That's public information. There was Hamas offices in Qatar. But that's because they're a neutral country. And this is a country that's going to host a UFC event while they are getting bombed by Israel. Are the athletes even feeling safe to compete in that country? Of course. Of course. Because everything has been smooth over now. The military base was a compromisation and a compensation on top of that due to the casualties that were involved in this whole entire fiasco. And then on top of that, it's what you would call, well, sports washing. But nonetheless, this is the reality of what is going on right now. So you connect everything together, right? The Middle East is trying to create their own power play in the world right now. Okay, because obviously there is an aspect of Saudi Arabia affiliating itself now with China and Russia due to the fact that America can't be trusted, because this is a neutral country that was attacked by a United States ally. Back in the days, it was normal to see Arab countries get bombed. It was normal in certain parts of Saudi Arabia to have shootouts, Al-Qaeda and government forces. This is a known fact. This is public information that you can find from Michael Scheuer, who was the head of the Bin Laden unit in the CIA back in the days. He would vouch for this. Well, now Saudi Arabia doesn't have that problem anymore. They seem to have become a much more developed country in terms of peace, in terms of stability, in terms of open trading with other countries out there. And in fact, even doing more so away from the United States and doing it with other countries and expanding itself. Obviously, the Emiratis were a blueprint for all of these things, right? Because I need you to remember, all of these people that are competing to build the highest buildings in the world right now are the Arab states. And, well, let me segue this into a little bit of a side conversation or a little bit of side knowledge, right? The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, predicted this 1,400 years ago, over 1,400 years ago. I need you to hear this. This was predicted 1,400 years ago, right here. Okay, listen to what they are about to say right here.
1,400 years ago, Prophet Muhammad predicted the future abundance of wealth in Arabia. In Sahih Muslim 1013, he foretold that the earth will throw up its treasure and wealth will be abundant. Initially barren, the Arabian Peninsula was transformed by the discovery of oil, which turned these lands into centers of immense wealth. This black gold, lying untouched for centuries, became a global treasure only with modern technology, fulfilling this remarkable prophecy. Yet the prophecy didn't end there. The prophet also predicted that barefoot, destitute Bedouins would one day compete in building tall structures. This is evident today in cities like Dubai, once a quiet desert region around 50 years ago, now home to the world's tallest skyscraper, the Burj Khalifa. Saudi Arabia, too, is set to build even taller structures, making these words of the prophet even more striking. Could such insights into Arabia's future come from human foresight alone over 1,400 years ago?
So UFC events, F1 Formula Racing, soccer, those are just a small portion of what it is that they are trying to do. Now, look, this also spells a little bit of some leverage underside. You see, at one point, obviously, it was America that was the strongest country in the world. And to a certain point, it still is, at least militarily wise, right? In terms of military, they are. In terms of economy, we're talking about a different ball game here in 2025 and beyond. However, the fact remains is that all these things that we are seeing, UFC events, boxing, everything in between, F1 Formula Racing, the fact that Donald Trump has to apologize to the Qataris because Israel had decided they wanted to bomb them. And as a result of that, you saw Pete Hegseth right there, the Secretary of Defense, signing a bill or signing some sort of declaration that is allowing the Qataris to have a military base in the United States, which is unheard of, because that is not something that the United States would have ever done a long time ago. They never had any military bases from the British, from the Australians, from the Germans, from the Five Eyes, right? And anybody who's been in the military or understands world politics or understands diplomacy understands what the Five Eyes mean. It means that it is the countries that all speak English and have something in common with the United States, with Britain, with Australia, with Canada, and they all share the same type of values, right? They don't have a military base in the United States, but Qatar does. Make that make sense. But I think it's starting to explain a lot of things. And I'm not telling you that I know everything. I'm not telling you that I am definitively correct in my predictions, even though I'm going to predict that I think Bilal Muhammad is going to beat Ian Gary, and I think that Arman Sarukian is going to run through Dan Hooker easily. I don't know if those predictions are going to be correct, but I don't even know if these predictions or these hypotheses or this analysis that I'm giving you is correct. To a certain extent, it is, but you know, there's a lot of things in this world that are going to leave you skeptical. And having a military base in the United States that is not an allied nation or a nation that is between the Five Eyes is rather surprising. But what does that tell you? Just like in combat sports, there is leverage, there is positions of power, there is positions that put you in a certain power or in a certain advantage over your opponent. And then there's a lot of strategy involved. So all of these things you are seeing play out in the world of diplomacy, in the world of geopolitics and mixed martial arts and its events and everything that comes with it is just a metaphor and a mirror of that reality. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Starting off the list of good. Oh, this actually he's gonna go into neutral too, because this guy's he's wild as shit sometimes, but he's a fucking, I'm telling you, Karya Bullock here, he's wild as shit. He's going into neutral for different reasons. He's fucking wild, but he's the type of guy that you would want on your side. I feel like this guy just has an immense fucking loyalty about him. He's a good fucking dude. He is loyalty over royalty, defined to the fucking max. Now we start off the good cat. Yeah, I like Karya Bullock here. Fucking so what?
All right, guys, we are back. We are back right now with the fight between Thomson and Brito in this featherweight bout. Looks like we got Thomson with a body lock on Brito. I'm sorry, Brito with a body lock on Thomson right now, slams him to the ground. How about that, man? Huge slam to the ground. And then on top of that slam, here comes Thomson right back at it with a double leg towards his way. Yeah, very athletic kid to be able to do that, right? Just having the wits and all to get right back up there and throw that. By the way, guys, I'm going to have a new video regarding the Francis Ngannou and Dana White thing. Ooh, there's a nice slam right there by Brito once again. All right, so still maintaining this position right here. All right, so now still maintaining this. Oh, there's some elbows right there as Brito is taking him down. Fence wrestling him. Body lock on Thomson at this point right now. Knees to the body. All right, so we are now at the final horn of the first round. That is now the first round going into the second round now, man. Very fun fight, very fun matchup between these two. Just absolute fast and furious motion both of these guys had going on. All right, so now still on a commercial break right now. All right, so stance switching by Thomson right here as he is getting backed up into the fence, but fighting backwards at the same time while switching stances. Here's some low kicks, exchanges between them. Ooh, spinning elbow attack attempt only for Thomson to scramble into the floor. Now he ends up being on the ground out of nowhere, looking for a Kimura right on his back with Brito right on top. Oh man, there's a good overhand right by Brito. Oh, what is going on here? Oh man, looking for Darce choke right here. Looking for Darce. Oh, he's out of it. He's out of the Darce choke. Wow, man, look at these scrambling exchanges right now by Thomson and Brito. Thomson is right on the back of Brito right now. All right, so there's ooh, man, some hard shots by Brito right now. There's hammering shots once again. Ooh, hammering shot as he's got the back mount position right now. Now looking for a rear naked choke while Thomson is doing a very good job of fighting out of it. Full body lock position by Brito on Thomson right now. He's got the rear naked choke fighting out of it. He's trying to push the left arm out. "17 seconds left in round number 2 right now." All right, still on commercial break right now. All right, third round. Here we go. Okay, stance switching by Thomson right now. Oh, there's a high head kick right there by Thomson. Oh, there's a spinning back kick right there by Thomson. Wow, man, really aggressive approach by Thomson right now. Now it is Brito that is backing Thomson up. Here he is with a takedown attempt, looking for a double leg instead of a single leg. Still fighting to try and get this takedown right now. Brito now looking for a single leg right on Thomson. Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. We got ourselves a very interesting fight right now. I've got some interesting content to drop after the event regarding Francis Ngannou and Dana White. Six to 12 elbows on the part of Thomson right now as Brito is trying to take him down from the single leg position. Thomson is looking for a Kimura lock right now as Brito has him in a single leg position. There it is. He takes him down. He can't keep him down. No, he's constantly walking up towards that fence. He's trying to break that grip with the elbow right there. All right, so he's looking for a trip right there. Very good trip on the part of Brito right there. Gets the trip from that body lock position. Maintaining the body lock on Thomson right now. Thomson is trying to fight himself out of it. Thomson needs to find a sense of urgency right now as he is being grinded up against the fence right now with Brito looking for a single leg position while he is looking for a Kimura on Brito. All right, so that is the UFC debut of Isaac Thomson. And obviously, Brito with a very experienced performance on his part. All right, now on to a commercial break right now. They say commercial break. We'll be right back. By the way, some of the last times that you will ever hear that an ASMR sound of just the wind in the background because they're going to go into Paramount. And by the way, no UFC for the next 6 weeks, right up until like January 24th. And then January 30th, which is UFC Yeah, look at this right here. Pimlet versus Gaethje, and then Nunez versus Harrison. All right, and the winner is all right. Brito wins by decision. Wow, man. Now look, that could have gone either way. That fight could have gone either way, but there is a reason why Brito won, and well, I mean, like I said, it could have gone either way, but he did win. Uh, Debut of Thomson, a loss, but not a disgraceful loss. He was in there. He was in there every step of the way, but it is what it is. Now we got Neil Magny. All right. Amosov and Neil Magny coming up right now. Yeah, so we got the Haitian sensation Neil Magny, former U.S. Army, taking on Yaroslav. Oh wait, no, I'm mistaken him for somebody else in Bellator. This is a different guy. He's from the Cage Fury. Okay. All right. So Amosov from Ukraine walking out right now. And as he's walking out, we await Neil Magny. Man, I'm very excited for this matchup. This is such an exciting matchup, man. And it is literally the prelims main event before we get to the main card. You want to know what we got in the main card? Take a look at this. Starting off with King Green versus Lance Gibson Jr. Right? I told you I love when King Bobby Green fights these. He goes and fights these prospects. Right? A 9-1 Canadian guy, by the way, unranked. And Marcus Buchecha, 5-2, taking on Kennedy and Jake at heavyweight. Wow, yeah, that's a good matchup. Costa taking on Morgan Charrier. That's a good fight as well. Caesar and Olin Jake, Giga Chad versus Kevin Vallejos. And then, of course, the main event, Brandon Royval versus Manel Kape. Honestly, Makhachev should have been the one to fight Brandon Royval as time went on. He could have been next. You know what I mean? Like, he could have been next to fight Brandon Royval. Yeah, Brandon Royval is number 3 in the world. Number 7 is Manel Kape. If he's number 7, I mean, Muhammad Makhachev should be, higher in the ranks, right? All right. So 38 versus 32, 6'3" versus 6 feet. 80-inch reach for Neil Magny at 170. Let's go, man. Guys, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I need as many likes and as many subscription as much as possible. Please help a brother out. And on top of that, man, hit some super chats as well. I will be covering these fights, giving you the play-by-play. So, for example, let's say you are not present to watch the fight. I will be right here giving you the play-by-play and what's going on. So there's Amosov right now, giving a little bit of his emote, and then looking across the cage is Neil Magny. Neil Magny walking across the cage. Neil Magny at 170. The Haitian sensation, Neil Magny. All right, Herb Dean is a referee. All right, here we go, guys. Round one is about to commence. All right, Amosov. Here we go. Only one loss, right? He said that at some point he was undefeated, right? But 37 appearances by Neil Magny, which is yeah, really, impressive in and of itself, right? 37 appearances, which means he's had more UFC fights than Yazir Amosov has had fights, right? Obviously, the former Bellator champion. It's a lot at stake on this one. Loses to Jason Jackson at in Bellator, only to come back and fight Curtis Millender in Cage FC. And now here he is in the UFC right after that redemption from his final loss in Bellator. Imagine leaving Bellator with a loss like that. Wow. All right, Amosov is right on top of Magny right now. Maintaining this half guard position right on top of Magny. Oh, he's looking for an Anaconda right there. Oh, wow, man. He's looking to squeeze Magny out right here. He's got the Anaconda right in. Magny tap. I knew Magny was going to tap on that one. Yeah. I knew he was going to on that one right there. Right at 2 hours and 53 minutes and 36 seconds into that one. Yeah, I knew that Amosov was going to submit him. And that was the same way that he choked out Curtis Millender, by the way, right, with an Anaconda choke. He sets it up from a mount position and then climbs right there. And the way that he's trapping the elbow with his leg right there, figure four. Wow, man. I mean, it can't get any tighter than that. Fresh says, next week we will see the old switcheroo. Who do you think replaces Joshua to fight Jake Paul? I don't know about that. I think they're going to go through with the fight, man. We're either going to see Anthony Joshua get knocked the F out by Jake Paul, or Jake Paul getting knocked the F out, and for the rest of the world to be happy with that notion. He's beating up a veteran, no respect. You're talking about Amosov? Well, Amosov is a veteran in his own right as well, right? He fought in the Ukrainian conflict, so he's a veteran himself. He was a champion while he had fought in the UFC. So, yeah, that's a first round victory as well, guys. He's saying thank you to his Team America top team. He says it's a very happy time indeed. Yeah, Michael Bisping is asking him, what are your plans here in the UFC? He said every sportsman has a dream of a number one belt, and that's, you know what, guys, listen. I think we got a good matchup with him against Islam Makhachev. Think about this: Russia versus Ukraine. Now, I know Islam Makhachev may not necessarily be a supporter of watching Ukrainians get slaughtered or maimed, or, I mean, listen, there's slaughter on both sides. But still, where he's from, the government he represents, Amosov, where he's from, his experience in the battlefield, and then being a former Bellator champion, let's go. Him and Islam Makhachev, that's a good fight. So let's hope Amosov gets it cracking and continues on with his success. Because if he does, we got ourselves a very interesting fight between him and Islam Makhachev. All wars is world leaders versus taxpayers. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. But the political angle behind it can absolutely be used. You know what I mean? Like, there's a political angle that can be used there. All right, man. So we got about 8 minutes until the main card. 8 minutes until the main card. All right, guys, I'm going to show you some behind the scene footages right now, right? This is me making MMA Guru lied or deleted his stream. Remember when I did that video? I'm going to show you guys some behind the scenes of me making that behind the scenes. So here's some behind the scene footages available on my members only stream. Breaking news, breaking news. MMA Guru's UFC 322 live stream has been taken down. Here's something you got to learn and understand about this, right? Nobody is bigger than the program. I know that everybody wants to be edgy. Everybody wants to feel like they can say whatever they want. Everyone wants to yell out freedom of speech, this, that, and the other. The reality is that YouTube is a corporation. It is a business. And in order to run a business, you have to have a little bit of some inclusive mindsets in how you're going to run your business. For example, you can't just say what you want to offend Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D, all the way through D, E, F, all the way to Z. You can't do that. What you can do is make the best content possible within the guidelines that YouTube has asked of you. Now, obviously, from what I understand, in the live stream that he has going on, where it's supposedly deleted, there's a UFC 322 live stream, but it said there only 37 minutes. Okay, 37 minutes. And I thought that was really interesting. I think that he may have cut that up and then not only cut it up, he turned it into a members only stream. So what does this mean? Well, that means that MMA Guru has probably a sense of worry towards what he said in the 322 live stream. Now, obviously, he said a whole bunch of things about Islam Makhachev, about the Dagestanis, and then goes into these racial tirades about Muslims and this and that. Whereas, like, I don't even want to say half of the things that he wants to say. It's absolutely just disgusting to the max, right? But the one thing that I notice is, like, brother, you don't have room to talk. Okay, you only started becoming a non-virgin like about a couple of years ago, and all of a sudden now you feel like you're this big honcho and this and that. And the reality is, bro, listen, views don't make you the man. Okay, they don't make you a man, period. They can make you the man in the world of MMA streaming, and that's one thing that I will give MMA Guru all the credit in the world. But as a man, I don't know if I would go that far. I don't think that he's had real life experiences, let alone real fights, to actually call himself one. In fact, the guy is a quintessential sheltered human being, right? A very sheltered young man. But the thing is that this is just the beginning of what is going on with MMA Guru. Now, obviously, you've seen in the beginning of the page, okay, the man talked about how you know what, I'm the one that reported MMA Guru or this and that. I'm talking about the guy in the beginning of the video where I showed you what he said on my comment section, right? So it dawned to me, was like, man, you know what? I don't condone snitching whatsoever. It's not what I do. It's not the culture I come from. It's not something that I would advise anybody to do, right? At least people within my circle. But one thing I gotta really understand about this objectively, snitching on the internet is not snitching really, because it's not the cops that you're snitching to. You're snitching to a company. I still wouldn't do it. The bottom line is there are rules and regulations in YouTube, and we have to create content around that. If you can't create content around that, then your channel is going to be taken down. If not, your video being taken down, or by the looks of things, MMA Guru cut up his UFC 322 live stream and basically created a 37-minute clip out of it, right? And then put it on a members only, because this is what he does with a lot of his lives. A lot of his lives are literally filled with anti-Muslim, anti-Black racial tirades, and sometimes maybe even anti-Indian tirades too. But anyways, yeah, he's a person that just thrives on racial tirade. So as a result of that, obviously you're going to be in the radar of YouTube, and I honestly think this is the beginning of the end of MMA Guru if he doesn't go out and try to rebrand himself, or by the very least, try and, well, fix all these little things that DJ has told him. DJ has told him from the very beginning, my man, listen, you can't be doing that. You can't be saying stuff like that, because I actually go out and train with these guys. Because unlike DJ, MMA Guru knows nobody in the MMA world other than the people that wanted to be friends with him for clout. And that's, I'm talking about Drickus and Tom Aspinall, right? That's the only reason why they were even friends with him in the first place, is because they were able to bring something to him. Other than that, none of these fighters would have ever hung out with him if he wasn't the MMA Guru. As a matter of fact, let's make a normalization of just calling him Kyle Me, okay? Because I tell you what, I'm not out there reporting anybody, but if somebody's going to tell me that they reported them and then they got their channel taken down as a result of that, I'm going to make a news about it. But I still wouldn't condone it. Bottom line, MMA Guru, you need to do better. And for that guy that snitched on him, just like what Joey Swoll said, you need to mind your own business. But nonetheless, it's great content either way. Okay, but once again, that is the difference between MMA Guru and DJ. DJ is a person that's a real fighter, a real entity in the sport, and not only that, a real product. So therefore, he has to be very careful in how he says things. He has to be very diplomatic. This is something that MMA Guru doesn't understand. A lot of you just only understand First Amendment rights or this and that. The truth is, there is no such thing as First Amendment rights. Let's just get that, right off the bat, okay? And then on top of that, you want to talk about First Amendment rights, try saying something racially charged, okay? And then have your work, take a look at it and see what happens to you the next day, right? You'll get canceled, you'll get cut, you'll get fired, you'll get sacked, whatever slang you want to use, getting outs from your job, whatever slang you use to describe that term. Either way, MMA Guru needs to do better, okay? Because if not, he's on the verge of possibly being on the radar. And this is not a hate towards him in any kind of way. Look, I may not like him as a person, but it doesn't mean that I don't like him as a content creator. In fact, I think he is very revolutionary in the way that he was able to garner an audience the way that he did, and basically build all these new smaller channels on the MMA space, like myself, like Fight Night Frankie, like Bromo MMA, like Lucas Tracy MMA, who else? Rigo, right? There's another guy that I really not too fond of, but on any regard, yes, we are all part of that community, right? And I wouldn't be given fair credit if I didn't say that this man somehow helped cultivate this community in some kind of way, because let's be honest, right? Other than myself and maybe a few others who have a good amount of fight experience, a good amount of martial arts experience, this is a guy that virtually knows nothing other than Taekwondo. That's not the biggest, that's not really the biggest accomplishment in the world. I mean, I remember MMA Guru in one stream pulled out, a medal that he won at a Taekwondo tournament. Well, here we go. Just like that, I won some medals in Taekwondo as well, MMA Guru. So, and then on top of that, how about a Muay Thai trophy that I won in 2010 on top of it? Listen, real martial arts. How about this? Shared the same card as Anthony Fluffy Hernandez back in 2012. Real MMA stuff, real MMA perspective. And quite frankly, MMA Guru is just lucky to be here. You're just lucky to have people even pay attention to you. Other than that, you're just a worthless, no good, nothing. But that's about it. Listen, you got everything coming to you, my man. You're still a great streamer, but at the same time, you got everything coming to you. And I don't feel sorry for you one bit. Yeah, that's it. That's all that I got. MMA needs. If you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie of Blue Care MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, bro. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie. My man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man. Fuck you up. You would never see it coming. So for those of y'all,
simpletons that see your sense of reasonability as a sign of wokeness. This is an intellectual sloth way of living. Blessing to you, my British man, Sacramento, CA. Can I say, Kyrie is a fantastic MMA creator, and I'm not just glazing him, because he has obviously illuminated the fact that I'm an intellectual giant. Shout out to you, sir. But Kyrie does have a phenomenal YouTube channel, really good creator. He has a beard that anyone would be jealous over, especially me, as somebody who cannot grow one. Shout out to Kyrie, really good creator. Give the guy a sub. He definitely deserves it. Another person who has reasonable, well thought out takes. Frankie, I still have some friends in London.
Sure. Starting off the list of good. Oh, actually, he's gonna go into neutral too, because this guy's he's wild as shit sometimes. But he's a fucking, I'm telling you, Kyrie Bullock here, he's wild as shit. He's going into neutral for different reasons. He's fucking wild, but he's the type of guy that you would want on your side. I feel like this guy just has an immense fucking loyalty about him. He's a good fucking dude. He is loyalty over royalty, defined to the fucking max. Now we start off the good cat. Yeah, I like Kyrie Bullock here. Fucking so what?
All right, y'all, main card about to start. Welcome everybody around the world. We got the main card starting soon. So they're doing a little bit of some cancer awareness right now in their broadcast. Oh yeah, last fight night partnership.
Fluid.
All right, yeah, they're still doing some more of still doing some more of that cancer awareness thing on the TV broadcast. So Islam Makhachev is advised by Khabib to not fight at the White House, and we now have some updates on that particular matter. Okay? Khabib said it's because of logistical reasons. I have a different opinion. Let me know how that opinion contrasts to theirs. Okay? Let's check this out. That's a good question, bro. Look, I like the UAE system, right? Because there's an Islamic derivative behind it. They don't tax anybody. Okay, now, granted, if you're a foreigner, you're a non-Muslim, they don't tax you. But that's one thing, right? If you're a Muslim yourself and you're living in these countries and, they decided they don't want to tax you, well, then that's great, right? I mean, why not take that opportunity? But for the government to choose to tax you, and then for a person to choose to alleviate themselves away from those taxes, I don't think should be a fault to anybody, and it should not be a bear of responsibility. Like, hey, you're not paying your taxes, so therefore you're not helping the poor and the destitute. Well, I mean, I'm sure Khabib helps the poor and the destitute in his own way, but not in a way to fund the government of Russia, which I quite frankly don't blame him. By the way, I need you guys to understand something, right? I want you to understand a couple of things about Khabib. He told Islam that he doesn't want him to fight at the White House. You know that? Khabib does not want Islam to fight at the White House. Now, why is that? Well, the reason why he doesn't want him to fight at the White House is because there's a lot of political implications behind it. I really mean that. There's a lot of political implications behind why he does not want him to fight at the White House. Okay? And those political implications deal with the fact that America is friends with Israel. And not only is America friends with Israel, America has supported the genocide of Muslims around the world. And let's not forget the Iraq War. Everybody talks about Israel, right? How Israel is, the big bad wolf of the Middle East. Well, what about America? Well, you can argue that America sort of was propelled by Israel to do these things. I mean, I don't know how accurate that is, but you can certainly make that assumption. But make no mistake, the Muslim world is still very much angry with the fact that America has invaded Iraq, has invaded Afghanistan and has invaded Yemen, or has facilitated Yemen through proxies of some kind of way, right? That is the reality of the situation. Khabib has his reasons why he does not want Islam Makhachev to fight at the White House. Now, you're probably wondering, well, didn't Khabib meet Donald Trump, and didn't he have a great conversation with him? What did Donald Trump say about Khabib exactly? Right? He said something very interesting about Khabib. Let me see if I can pull that up right here while I read these comments. David Rivera says, I'm back. Welcome back, my man. Fresh Melon Juice says, Serious F, apparently not more than Arabs. I don't know what that is in reference to. He redacted his statement on that one. But okay, let's hear what Donald Trump had to say about Khabib. Let's hear what he had to say about Khabib here. This was, I believe, on a Joe Rogan podcast that he had mentioned this, or okay, right here.
I don't know. I got a little girl. I gotta see. I think.
Oh, okay. You know what? This is during Cage Side. Look, this is what he said to Donald Trump during Cage Side right here. So Trump tells Khabib he will stop the war in Gaza. We are going to stop it. This was right before Donald Trump got reelected as president again.
Well, is it? I don't know. I got a little girl. I gotta see. I think this could be everything. Well, is it?
Okay, so that was Dustin Poirier in the background, obviously after a post-fight win. So okay, all right. This is what Donald Trump had to say about Khabib.
Khabib came up to me after the fight the other night, and you guys would probably say he's the best ever, maybe, and certainly he probably is, and very close, right? John Jones, a lot of people say, and he said to me, "Oh, I hope you can get in because we have to stop the wars. We have to stop the killing. He was so smart. He understood it. And I think he's friends or was friends, but I think he is friends with Putin very much. He said, we have to stop the killing, and it's true. And I think I'd have that war stopped if I was president-elect. Right after the election, if I win, I will get that war stopped. I'll get it stopped fast before I get to office. If it's not stopped before then.
Talking about Russia, Ukraine.
I'm talking about Russia, Ukraine. We'll get it stopped. So many people are being killed. Far more people are being killed. And I thought it was great when Khabib came up and he says, we've got to stop all of the killing in the world. He's a very smart guy, very interesting guy. We talked for.
So there it is. Very smart guy, very interesting guy. Okay, so he takes a liking to Trump. That's fine. I need you guys to understand something within the minds of a Muslim, okay? We don't look at a government the way that we look at the people. We look at the people as innocent. Donald Trump, even though he is the government, okay, even though he is the establishment, and some on the MAGA side will argue that, well, he is the most non-establishment type of politician ever. The one thing you got to understand about Donald Trump is that, yes, he is a bit of a rogue, but he is not the overall reflection of America's history. You understand? He is not he did not cause the wars in the Middle East, although I will say that Trump was probably responsible for bombing innocent Muslims at some point of his political career, at some point of being the commander-in-chief and being that guy who holds the red button of doom to whatever place he wants to bomb on any God-given day. But over all right, we got Green versus 160 pounds. Dang, okay. Green versus Gibson. – 9-1 prospect against the veteran here. Wow, fighting out of British Columbia, Canada. Okay. West Coast of Canada versus West Coast of the US. All right. Round one. All right. Bobby Green starting off with his hands very low right here. Ooh, there's a good leg kick right there by Gibson. We're going to go back to that Islam Makhachev video after this fight, by the way. But right now, we got a live fight in front of us right now. Bobby Green versus Gibson Jr. right now. Good shots right here by Bobby Green. Well, really low by Bobby Green here, but being as fast and explosive as he is, I think that he could get away with it. Not a lot of guys could get away with keeping their hands down low like that. Yeah, here's Bobby Green once again with the hands low. Bobby Green can beat Ilya Islam. They are low level compared to him. I mean, you're just really trolling with that comment, right? Like, you think Bobby Green can actually beat Ilya Tapora? Let's really think about that. You know what? Look, if there was, let's say, a Mike Tyson, Buster Douglas situation, right? Bobby Green would be that dark horse, no racial, okay, that could probably take on Ilya, right? Or knock him out of nowhere, right? Like, for example, right now, the way that he's got his hands down low right now, being very deceptive, right? Ilya could try to swing at him something hard and something out of nowhere, and then Bobby Green might just counter him, right? And he's swinging so hard because he knows that Bobby Green's hands are down and that he could somehow catch him only for him to get caught. Like, I could see a scenario of that. But him against Islam, we already saw what that was. He got dominated. Like, there's no reality in the world that Bobby Green can beat Islam Makhachev. The wrestling's too good. It's too elite. And yeah. But this guy, Gibson, right now, he's got a chance to prove himself tonight. Are you in this level right now against Bobby Green? Because Bobby Green, the one thing that you can really rely out of Bobby Green, as you're seeing right now, is an exciting fight in terms of just a lot of these erratic movements that he does, right? A lot of trickery into his game, especially with the hands down. That's trickery at its finest. He's trying to lure you into these shots. See, there it is. He just hit him with a hook right there, right? And you don't know which direction these hands are coming from because sometimes, you know, if your hands are already up, okay, let's say if your hands are already up, people already kind of can anticipate where you're going to go next and where you're going to throw it. Bobby has black level wrestling. Islam can't beat that. Black level wrestling? Do you mean black belt level wrestling? But he beat him already. I don't know if you know that. Casual melon juice. Yeah, switching stances on the part of Bobby Green. Just under 30 to 40 seconds in the fourth round right now. Did he beat King or Green? Ah, okay. All right. I see your point there, right? Because he did beat Bobby Green, but he didn't beat King Green. So it's almost like with a new name, you get a new record. You start off 0-0, right? While also taking into consideration the ranking that you are already in and the pool of matchups that's already there for you. All right, round one. I'd give it to Bobby Green so far in round one. What do you guys think? He said, you shouldn't use AC. You're always sick. What do you mean? It's like right under the 40s, 40 degrees here in Northern California right now. So there's a bit of an oblique kick right there by Bobby Green. There's Bobby Green's switching stances. You got the sniffles again. Yeah, you know that comes with the territory, my man. You know, seasonal sickness is common. It's common during the winter time. You know what? Surprisingly, not so much with people in the East Coast, right? Maybe because they're used to the cold. You know, like yourself, I'm sure you're used to this cold, right? You live in the East Coast. What part did you say you were from again? Oh, there's Bobby Green right there, slipping those shots right there. He says, "Are you fishing? Fishing what exactly? You mean like fishing outdoors?" No, I did not, my man. I did not get the boosters. Oh, fishing for information. Got it. Yes, yes, yes. Uh-huh. Because that's what I'm saying. You're not sick right now, right? So that means you're from the East Coast because it says, well, if you didn't get the boosters, you are not protected and you are a threat to others. Oh boy. Since when did you become, one of those? One of them libbies. All right, we got a little timeout right here. According to the government. Got it. Okay. Well, the government is always correct, are they not? Or maybe not so. All right, so Bobby Green with a low blow right there. They have a little bit of a timeout. Gibson Jr. ready to come back in there. All right, guys, shout out to everybody across the world that is watching right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe. He says, I'm never sick because I only eat once per day and sometimes fast for several days. Wow, okay, man, good for you, man. Good for you. and don't use AC. Does that also include AC with heaters, right? Heating capabilities. Do you also refrain yourself from using, heating arrangements? He says it's CIA protocol. Okay. All right, we're timing right now. Bobby Green and Gibson Jr. All right, second round. 320, 319, 317, 316. Okay, it's to never be sick. Is that right? Okay. Because getting sick will obviously compromise your. Oh, wow, there's Bobby Green right now getting compromised and taken down with double leg. Now it is Gibson right on top of Bobby Green right now. Okay, there's some foot stomps right there by Gibson. All right, so there's Green right now walking him down with his hands down, by the way, just throwing front kicks Sean Strickland style and swinging his shoulders around, right? Because it's like even Gibson knows that he's going to slip those shots, which is why Bobby Green continuously puts his hands down like that and then shrugs his shoulder off, right? Dusting his shoulder off as he slips those shots away. Yeah, very interesting style from Sean Strickland. Yeah, really great awareness of his range, right? In order for him to have his hands down like that. Sean Strickland, you said Sean Strickland, yeah, like the way that he throws the front kicks. Like he throws the front kicks from the front thigh, right? And not necessarily from the hip. Whereas like the Muay Thai fighters, the traditional Muay Thai fighters are the very technical strikers. They throw it from the hip rather than like from the thigh, right? Like he just like lifts it up like Stone Cold Steve Austin style, right? Like that's more from like the thigh than the hip. The way that he lifts his legs up for a teep kick. So that's what I was referring to, and I was saying that he has a very Sean Strickland-like, maneuver in that. Very Sean Strickland-like mannerisms as well. All right, so here we go. Round number 3. Round number 3, here we go. And once again, man, Bobby is still walking him down like a leg curl. Like a leg curl. Yes. Lift. Yes. Exactly. That's a very good point. Yes, they throw their T kicks like a leg curl. Yes, it's not coming from the hip. It's more like, it's just more like they're just lifting their leg up, in a leg curl. Yeah. Yeah, but a leg curl, yes, that's a good comparison, actually. Very good comparison. Oh, wow. There's Gibson right now screaming at him, as you can hear both of them saying, yeah, you're missing. We can hear him talk right now as this fight is going on. Bobby Green is, getting mocked by him. And you know what? They both don't look tired from what they're doing, right? Like, Bobby Green was able to go 15 minutes just doing this all day long. Oh, he shoots in on him. Just timed that perfectly with a single leg. Now Bobby Green is down. Okay, now Bobby Green stands right back up again with 235, 233 in the third round right now. All right, so about 2 minutes left into this fight right now. Gibson and Green. All right, Bobby Green stands switching here. And Bobby Green still walking him down, surprisingly, with his hands down. Yeah, a bit of a Diaz brother comparison there. He says Bobby thinks he's more entertaining than wrestlers like Islam. That's a joke. Well, I tell you what, man, is he really that more entertaining? I mean, his fighting is entertaining, but in reality, what entertains people is people winning. But does he have enough to win this fight? And we will see. I think he did. I think he did enough to win this fight, but 53 seconds left to really make a statement here. Okay, there's a body kick attempt right there by Gibson, and Bobby Green takes him down on his own, man. Bobby Green's like, hey, listen, let me show you a bit of some of my wrestling skills as well, man. Now he's in the north-south position right on Gibson, right near the cage. And that is the end of the fight right there. Great ending for Bobby Green. Let's see if he wins this one. There's a good chance that he wins this one. Good back and forth between them right now. Another one. Another one. As soon as we get the decision in that one, we will play that Islam Makhachev video as to why he is not going to fight at the White House. So we're going to get to that in just a second. We're just awaiting the winner of this fight. Who is going to be announced the winner on this one? Find out the winner of this fight right here. 29-28 Gibson. All right, split decision. Wow, split decision. Bobby Green wins it by split decision. Wow, man. Yeah, that was a very close fight. I told you guys there was a lot of heartbeats going into that. A lot of heartbeats. Shout out to Bobby Green on that win. A lot of heartbeats going into that decision. You know, like that could have gone either way. Watch the Clown show says Cena tapped out. Jesus, bro. Why did you have to spoil that for me? But you know what? It's all right. It's pro wrestling. Yeah, that's right. Today is supposed to be his last and final matchup, right? What is today's event? That's that John Cena. Shout out to Watch the Clown Show, though, man. Thank you for that, man. Thank you for that. I'm a little mad that you, he says, oops. Yeah, come on, bro. You know that I'm covering the UFC. While all of that is going on. But it's all good, man. It's all good. You know what? Listen, if it wasn't for you spoiling that, I probably would have forgot that today was John Cena's retirement fight. You know what I mean? Like, I probably would have just passed me like, oh, another UFC night. Because I know I heard him say a couple of nights ago, you know, that it was, yeah. It was like a last John Cena matchup. But, all right, since we are in that segment right now, let's add this onto the so let's do that. Right? Let's check out that segment real quick. You know, let's go check that out, man. Let's go check out what you're talking about. Makes the iconic entrance for the final time. Bleacher Report. I believe as Intercontinental Champion, is it? John Cena, 17-time world champion, is officially retiring after his Saturday matchup. Oh, what is this? You hear his entrance look for his swan song. Okay, ahead of Cena's final match, more than a few WWE legends pay their respects. The Rock, Kurt Angle. Wow, magical moment, huh? You epitomize one of my favorite quotes. It's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Wow. Okay, yeah. John Cena's always, a stand-up good guy. Have fun. Tear it down as always. Thank you. Thank you for the house. Who in the hell are you? I'm John Cena. Oh, yeah. Remember that when John Cena first came in there? Wow, man, what a ride. And 20 years later, more than 20 years later, I mean, we're talking like 20. John Cena is now 48. Yeah. Wow. And this is right here, right? John Cena tapped out to his final matchup. I don't think I can play this, can I? Probably not. As the metaphor goes, it was a bit on the nose, but Cena left no doubt that he's indeed done in the ring. All right, well, there you have it, man. Yeah, he says, remember Cena speaking Chinese to his country and bosses? Oh, my goodness. He says, horrible American. John Cena tapped out, and that's it, man. That's all for John Cena. All right, well, thank you for that. Watch the Clown Show. I will definitely check that out later, even though you spoiled it for me, but, it is what it is. All right, next. Buchecha taking on Kennedy and Jake Chu. Let's go. You're talking about a symbol of American hegemony around the world, right? You're talking about the American sense of supremacy towards the world. And I don't think Khabib wants Islam to be a part of that. Now, Islam seems to be very adamant in wanting to fight at the White House. Well, why is that? Well, him and Khabib are two different people, but at the same time, he also listens to everything that Khabib says. So if Khabib says that I don't want you to fight at the White House, he's not going to fight at the White House. He listens to Khabib because even though he is a double champion, by the end of the day, Khabib is still the commander-in-chief of Team Eagle in the not only in the training room, but also the commander-in-chief of their team when it comes to prayers. If you ever notice, Khabib leads most of the prayers, and that's not by accident. It's because he knows the Quran, memorizes the Quran more than anybody else in the team, and that is the reason why he is not only world champion, but that is also the reason why they have him lead the prayers as a result of that. So what I'm trying to say is that Islam Makhachev has a great chance of not fighting at the White House because of political reasons. And I just explained to you the political reasons and the Muslim sentiments that they have for the American government, not the American people. And I need you to understand that, right? When I was in Egypt and I visited Egypt, one of the most common things that I would hear from people when they say, oh, you are from America, Wahish, America. You know what Wahish means? Means bad, no good, right? Or evil or some sort, right? That's how they see America. But when they say that, they are not talking about me as an American, and in particular an American who's Muslim. They are not talking about regular Americans or just, regular Joes or regular Marty Millers of America. They are literally talking about the U.S. government. So when Khabib says that he doesn't want Islam Makhachev to fight at the White House, this is the reason why. This is the overall sentiment of Muslims around the world. Now, you got to remember, the world that we live in right now, very much different from the 9/11 era. During the 9/11 era, right, most Arabs, Muslims, and people of that persuasion were heavily discriminated. And based on paranoia based on trauma that had happened in 9/11. But now we live in a world where Turki al-Sheikh, okay, a Saudi royal deputy, is now running boxing. And now Mohammed bin Salman, his boss, his childhood friend that he grew up with, a guy that he served with in, well, I guess in the apparatus of military intelligence with, you know, the Saudis' intelligence service, and the guy that he grew up with watching hours and hours of WWE wrestling and boxing and MMA, is now the head of that country, even though his father, who's the king, is still alive. Mohammed bin Salman is really running everything. So he goes from being the minister of defense to literally being the head of state, right? While still holding on to those positions as well. Nonetheless, very influential. They have Trump in their back pocket. They're doing deals around the world. They are holding leverage and power over Russia and America. So it's safe to say that not only are the Saudis running boxing, MMA, and now WWE, but the majority of the people that are dominating MMA are now Muslims. And guess what? We now live in a world where it's cool to be Muslim. The one thing you got to understand, though, it doesn't change the fact that the overall sentiments that Muslims have is still there. And if you're wondering why Islam Makhachev is not going to fight at the White House, this is why. Now, what about Ilya Topuria, right? He comes into this whole entire mix as well, right? They have talks of Ian Gary possibly fighting Islam Makhachev. Okay, well, here's the thing about it, right? Ilya Topuria is looking to drop his belt. He doesn't want to fight Paddy Pimblett in January. He doesn't want to fight Justin Gaethje. Maybe they're going to vacate the belt, have Ilya Topuria move up to fight at 170, fight against Islam, and nowhere near will that fight be landing at the White House. Not whatsoever. Maybe just right before the White House, maybe a May card, maybe an April card, somewhere after Ramadan. But make no mistake, there is a great chance that Islam Makhachev is not going to fight at the White House. Now, him and Khabib are the opposite. As I've told you, Khabib is the commander-in-chief of that team. Everybody does what he says. But why did Islam even say or initiate that he said he wanted to fight at the White House? Well, all politics aside, there's a prestige that comes with that. And with that prestige, obviously, there is glory and sports glory behind that. But by the end of the day, yes, they go for sports glory like anybody else. Yes, they go for greatness like everybody else. But by the end of the day, understand this. Khabib is a Muslim through and through. And what I mean by being a Muslim through and through is that he is going to hold the sentiments of Muslims around the world, which means all right, that here we go. Islam Makhachev will not fight at the White House. All right, guys. So there it is. Here it is. We are back right now. Kennedy and Jake Chu taking on Marcus Buchecha right here. Let's go. Round number one, heavyweight division. Right, former light heavyweight too, right? You know, really moved up the weight here. You know, had a very similar frame, that of John Jones. And, well, you know, now here he is in the heavyweight division, you know, much more bigger than he was in the light heavyweight division, right? Really huge dude, this Kennedy dude, man. You know, I don't know how he was a light heavyweight. I mean, he looked like he's been, you know, a heavyweight forever, honestly. Yeah, really low stance on the part of Kennedy right now. I wonder what the strategy is behind this. Okay, so now Buchecha shoots in for a single leg, gets him down. Wow, using the back area of his ankles to try and take him down. Very interesting takedown mechanisms by Buchecha here. Very interesting. So now he's right back up there. Watch, the clown says, wait, AC makes you sick? Oh, yeah, that was from in reference to what Fresh Melon just was saying earlier. Oh, what is this? It's got an ankle lock right here. Okay, and then he's just throwing elbows on his thighs and his backside, as I'm saying it politically correctly. Okay, so uses the single leg and then gets Kennedy and JQ down right here. Now he gets him down right here. Oh, there it is. Takes him down once again. So he's got two hooks in right here. Now he's got a body lock. Looking like he's trying to get a rear naked choke here. I think that's what Buchecha may be going for here. Let's see if Kennedy is going to be going for that, though. Okay, so continuing his body lock position right now to Kennedy and Jake Chu. Now they are in a 50-50 position right on the fence right now with Buchecha in the dominant position. Maintaining this body lock is Kennedy. Now he pushes Kennedy right up against the fence. All right, so it looks like he's got a low blow hit on him right now. All right, there's some nice, yeah, that's a nice low blow right there, only for the referee to break it up. Now, Buchecha is given 5 minutes, 28 or 30 seconds into it. The AC that Kyrie is using, huh? I don't understand. Well, like, there is no, you would be crazy to have AC in California right now. It's like right around, 40 degrees or so, maybe even lower. All right, so it looks like he's ready to time right in. And there's 110, 109, 107, 6 in the first round. Kennedy pushes him forward, and there's Buchecha shooting in for a single leg, looking to get that single leg, really going for that single leg. Okay, so he dropped down for that leg lock, only for Kennedy to maintain right on top of him right now in the side control position. So he kicked him in the nuts to get a breather. You know what, man? That wouldn't be a bad strategy to use, right? If you know that you are sort of running out of breath in this particular fight, you're like, you know what, man? Maybe if I just give him one good one down there, hey, one hurt to give him one good one. Ooh, there's Buchecha getting rocked right there. Now Kennedy's looking to finish him. He's like, hey, you know what? You can be a jiu-jitsu champion, but this is MMA. And in MMA, you could get knocked out, and that's what he's looking to do. All right, man. So it looks like he lost by decision. So, man, that's Nate DAvies on that one. No harm, no foul in that fight, Mr. Nate DAvies. Let me tell you why. Because as I was watching all the footage of Cahill, right, he's a very good wrestler, right? It was bound to happen, right, considering the fact that, you know, he's a good wrestler, right? It could have gone either way. You could have knocked him out as well, but, you know, it is what it is. Let's check out the stats on this one right here. Did you storm the cage? Fresh Melon Juice asked. He says he got rocked right away and fought gun shy the rest of the fight. Wow. Okay, got rocked right away and fought gun shy the rest of the fight. And slapped his opponent around. Oh, Fresh, stop it, man. Okay, so let's check this out right here. This is the fight that Marty Miller was a part of tonight, man. You know, and we are a hardcore MMA page here, so we do give all respects to all forms of MMA. He says, no, the guy was really respectful and cool. Of course, man. Of course. You know, not every fight has to be about beef or, you know, or hate and fury or anything like that. You know, it's a sport by the end of the day. And you know what? He made a good account of himself. He says, Miller, you're supposed to strike your fight. You're supposed to strike your fighter before the fight, especially not rock him. Oh, wow. Okay, another official timeout right now as we are witnessing this right now with Cahill and Buchecha. Yeah, but Nate Dogg, man, keep your head up, bro. You know what I'm saying? You had a good opponent there. It doesn't reflect your next matchup because obviously you're going to have a less tougher opponent than that. I mean, you know, goodness, man, the guy was a Division I, you know, college wrestler. So, you know, but yeah, man, Nate did have the height on him though, man. You know, 6'2" at 170. And obviously the fight predictions. Oh, wow. Okay. So these are, you know, pretty, yeah. Okay. Okay. All right, man. All right. Big ups, man. Big ups to Nate. Big ups to your team. You know, well deserved. Look, man, just like the Henry Cejudo fight, right? The Henry Cejudo fight with Talbot. Now, with that fight, he says, yeah, it sucks to see your buddy get smacked, right? That's what Fresh Melon said right there. Henry Cejudo lost his last fight, but you know what? It's the way that you would want to go out, right? Dustin Poirier lost his last fight. It's the way that you want to go out. It was a loss, but it wasn't really a loss. It's a loss on the official records, but make no mistake, Nate DAvies is a winner by the end of the day. Yeah, it was tough. We put so much into getting ready for it. For sure, man. For sure. For sure. And look, this loss is going to age very well. This guy, he's going to go on, you know, to do real big things, right? And you'll see. And you know what? Nate will be up there too. You know, Nate will be there too. Remember, he got a decision against this guy. He couldn't even finish him. Oh, wow. Okay, so there's another bad finger poke right there by Kennedy. So, yeah, very bad finger poking by Kennedy there. So, okay, so now they're taking a point away. Yeah, and they decided they were going to take a point away on that one. So, all right, man. So we're back at it with the fight. So, let's see here. Nate won the second, and 2 minutes of the third, then got taken down and laid there with his guard. That's what I would have expected from a Division I wrestler, right? Says it was tough. We put so much into it getting ready. Cahill, gas fast, started to just sit back on huge counters. Okay. He's using all the fouls possible to get a breather. Oh, you're talking about Kennedy during this fight. Yeah, he had an eye poke right there, took a point away. He says, appreciate you, though, Kyrie. On to the next. Yeah, bro, listen, on to the next fight. Let me know who you or any of your buddies that are going to fight next. Yeah, man, I'll go scout your future opponents. No problem, bro. I'm always down for a scouting mission. And speaking of missions right now, it is Kennedy right now, right on top of Kennedy. Kennedy right on top of Buchecha right now. And there's another takedown right there by Buchecha. He says, is the best strategy to kick his legs when he's tired with flat foots? Is the best strategy to kick his legs when he's tired with flat foots? Is that in reference to this fight, or are you talking about the fight that me and Marty are talking about with his buddy? Okay, so Buchecha right now, right in the backside of Kennedy, right, wraps his legs right around him, looking for a figure four, looking to get a rear naked choke here, but Kennedy's doing a good job of at least preventing him from, getting any type of, two-hand positions on him right now. So he's fighting the one hand. He says, yeah, Nate was doing that really well for the second round. Okay, like getting some leg kicks in there. Yes, okay. Okay, Nate the guy. Okay, got it. Great. Okay, even dropped him with a couple of leg kicks. There you go, man. So now, as in kicked in his legs out. Okay. So at least what you learned out of this, right, is understanding the type of weapon that you have. You know, sometimes you don't really understand the type of weapon that you have until you use it in a fight, whether win or lost, right? So sometimes you kind of understand, all right, you know what, this is effective. This is where I'm very effective at. Even similar to the first Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz fight, right? Conor McGregor knew that he could hurt Nate Diaz, but he has to slow down a little bit. So he modified in the next time around when he went in there in the rematch, right? So now you know that leg kicks can really mess up a lot of people, especially for the type of repertoire that DAvies has. Speaking of repertoire, here's Buchecha right on top of Kennedy right now, within 1 minute of the second round. He says, I actually told him that fresh in the third. Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, man. And big ups to you as well, man. You know, now you're getting more experience walking guys out. And as time goes on, while you do that, you can also create a potential of getting yourself some coaching gigs, right? So, you know, this is a win overall for everybody, man. You know what I mean? So nice. You're you. Yeah. So, yeah, he should have gone for knee stomps, he said. Okay. But that's good. That's good that at least you understand the leg kicks are there, especially for a very formidable opponent like that. Now here's Buchecha looking for an arm bar right here, looking to really hyperextend the arm of Kennedy and J-Chew. Right, well, that is the end of round number 2, going into round number 3 in this heavyweight division right now. All right, next round coming up. And after this, we got some 5 fights. He says it's a fight, man. If you're behind, you try to win anywhere within the rules. Yes. Have you seen the UFC? How have the UFC fights been tonight? Pretty good, pretty good. Like as a normal fight night, as it should be, as you would imagine. All right, so here we go. Yeah, man. Here's a body lock right here by Buchecha. All right, now he's looking to drag him down right here. Okay, but now every time he tries to drag him down, or it looks like he's going for a leg lock, he ends up having Kennedy on top of him like this. Yeah, so the same thing. Kennedy is right on top of Buchecha right now, like almost really sitting on him. And that was from the starting position of basically Buchecha going for those leg locks. Oh, he asked if that was your first time cornering tonight, Marty. Probably not, right? Probably cornered a few times before. All right, so he's still maintaining right on top of him right now, just still sitting right on top of him. I wonder if they would somehow make this some kind of like ground control time for him. Okay, so yeah, he said he's done it quite a few times. That's good, getting those practices in like that. Because as you get older into the game, it's good to sort of create those different avenues for you in there, especially with coaching. Oh, here's Kennedy right now throwing some back elbows as Buchecha is keeping that body lock right behind him on the ground right now, like from the position of which he is trying to get a rear naked choke in. So Buchecha maintaining this body lock, now put into a 50-50 position from the 50, looking to get a double leg. But instead of shooting a double leg, instead, it looks like he was sort of like pulling guard. I don't know if that was on purpose or if Kennedy had put him there. You can never really tell from World Jiu-Jitsu champion like that. Okay, so he's back again looking for this leg lock position. He says it was like an Xbox controller ran out of batteries. LOL. Dang, man. Yeah. He says, "Did you scream? Don't let him bully you, son." He says in so many words. Yeah, there are those universal type of gestures that we throw whenever our fighter is out there, and we want him to do certain things, but yet it's just very difficult because of the opponent in front of him. Like, for example, Kennedy and Jake Shue right now. It's very difficult for him to get up out of this position, dealing with jiu-jitsu black belt world champion like this. And he says, I was really trying to get him going in the third. Yeah, because that was like the, last chance, last call type of thing. And speaking of last chance, last call, what is Kennedy doing here? Looks like some kind of half Nelson thing as they're scrambling, but he ends up getting back control, body lock back control on Buchecha right now. All right, guys. So that is the end of the third round. Give it up for that one, man. Give it up for that fight. Very interesting scrambles right there. All right, and we will be back for the decision on that one. Oh, of course, man. You know it. You know it. Had to. You must say those are false allegations, aren't they? It says got the sniffles, so probably some coke as well. Wow. Says one of our Muslim fighters won. You'll be happy to hear that, Kyrie. Okay, that's awesome, man. He's from Egypt, won with a ninja choke. Man, that's awesome, man. Yeah, send his info this way, man. Yeah, I'd like to check out those stats for sure, man. Yeah, I forget that there's a lot of Arabs that live in the Midwest, especially, within that region, right? Especially in Detroit, Ohio, all of that. So, Ale Saeed, not sure his last name is spelling if it was right. Okay, for sure. What's the weight class? Okay, that's good. At least, oh, 155. Okay, yeah, still right around the same weight as as Nate. I suppose someone that he could work with. In the weight of 170, 155, they're really not that much difference. Islam Makhachev sort of showed the notion of that, right? Like there's not really a huge significant difference between that. George St. Pierre could have easily fought 55 as well. But yeah, and he's trained with a lot of 55ers to get ready for some real top 170 guys, right? Obviously, he sparred with Cerrone, at the time to get ready for, what do you call it? To get ready for Carlos Condit and all those other guys. So, yeah. All right, so we move on to our next matchup. Former Cage Warriors champion Morgan Charrier taking on Costa. All right, so here we go. Morgan Charrier taking on Costa coming up right now. He says, Kyrie, your favorite soldier assassinated Egyptian scientist back in the olden days. Otto Skorensky. That's my favorite soldier, Otto Skorensky. Okay, wow, man. Yeah, that's quite a jacket to put on someone to say that that's my favorite soldier, especially since that favorite soldier is a soldier of Nazi Germany from back in the days. So, that's very interesting for you to say that. Otto Skorensky, right? The German spy of Nazi Germany. And you have to say it like that because you can't say the exact name on YouTube because, it's... will put you in the bad algorithm of things, but yeah, I didn't know that part. Okay, so he actually assassinated Egyptian scientists from back in the days. So is that pre or post World War II? Matter of fact, let's pull up what you're talking about. All right, so for those of you that don't know what he is referring to, this is the gentleman that he is talking about, Otto Skorensky, okay, born 1908, died in Madrid, Spain. Wow, July 5th, 1975. Okay, so he is an Austrian-born German, just like a very famous Austrian-born German we know. Okay, but check this out. Look at this. Wow. So this dude was in Mossad. He was with the SS. He was with the Israelis. He was with the Egyptians. He was with the Argentinians. He was with Spain. And he was with Germany. Wow, man. This dude is a mess. This dude is an absolute mess. So he was born in Vienna. into a middle-class Austrian family. Okay, his surname is of Polish origin. Okay, that explains it. Yeah, there's something a little unique to his last name. He says, in addition to his native German, he spoke excellent French and was proficient in English. Okay, so in his teams, he once complained to his father about the austere lifestyle that the family was enduring. His father replied, there is no harm in doing without things. It might be good for you to get used to a soft life. Okay, so in other words, he had a very traumatic life. So a charismatic figure, Skorensky played a minor role in the Anschluss 12 March 1938, when, according to his account, he was saved by the Austrian president, Miklas, from being shot by the Austrian Nazis. Okay. Oops, can't say that word, the Nazis. Okay, so, but this turned down because he was considered too tall. Wow. So he was 6'4" back in the days. Okay, yeah, very tall dude. Okay. So what are they saying in here? World War II, yeah. Tried to build the atom bomb. Is that right? Wow, man. Okay. So all right, yeah. I think you like this guy a little too much, bro. You know what I mean? But yeah, on any regard, yeah. All right, so when you say that he was going to send it to his neighbors, do you mean the neighbors of Germany, like Poland, Austria, all of that? Like, is that what you meant? All right, but anyways, yeah, here's Costa versus Morgan Charrier right now. All right, Charles. So shout outs to the 230 people around the world that turned up. Obviously, for the Islam Makhachev versus JDM fight, we had about 7.5K people around the world that turned up for that one. But, you know, this one, not really the most popular card, although it should be for the hardcores, but that's the problem, right? You know, the big numbers don't come from the hardcores. It comes from the casuals, but it is special in its own right because it is the final fight card of ESPN before they transfer over to Paramount. So here we go. Round number one, Charrier versus Costa, 440, 439, 438. There's a body kick right there by Costa. There's Charrier, really looking slick in his movements right here. Wow, how about this Costa with wild hair going on right now? Some little purple polka dots on his head right now. Right, very interesting. You know, set of getup he's got going on here. All right, good jab right there by Costa. Ooh. Oh my goodness! As soon as he throws that jab, he goes in there with a head kick and then knocks out Morgan Charrier out of nowhere. Wow. Wow. That was an amazing head kick. Out of nowhere, he got him with that head kick. Wow. 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 Wow, he head kicks Morgan out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. It was, he went in there with jab and then up high with that head kick. Wow. Look at that. Bow. And he was covering it too. He was covering it too, but the way that he was circling around and the way that he was put in a very off balance position as he was. So look at that. Wow. And you know what? Costa fell too while he was throwing that kick. It's very common to fall like that when you throw that kick, but sometimes, yeah, sometimes there's different ways to fall from a kick like that. But sometimes when you're throwing the kick so hard, there is no, there's no way of balancing yourself. But man, credit to him. He got that head kick in right there. All right, man. Yeah, great head kick on his part right there. He says the hair will get a title shot even if he loses. You're talking about Costa getting, yeah, man. You know what? Volkanovski, this is going to be his last fight with Diego Lopez. So they're going to vacate the 145 title again. So I think he'll probably go out on top, right? He says woke UFC rules. He says, oh, some dude named Black Euphoria got his arm snapped tonight. Dang. Okay, you're talking about in the regional card that you're at? Okay. He says he didn't tap in a Kimura Frank Mir style. Yes. Dang, bro. You know what? This is what's great about this channel, right? Not only are we covering the UFC fights, but we got people in the chats covering what is going on in the regional scenes as well. So, this is a real MMA channel. And you know what? That's something I'd like to do worldwide, right? I'd like to hear from, I know a few people from Alexander Gustafsson and Kamzat's camp hit me up that, sort of fight into regionals up in Sweden. So that would be a good little addition, to the channel to sort of cover all of these individual regional fights that are going on, So, I mean, because it is an MMA channel, not just a UFC channel by the end of the day, although UFC is the dominant force in MMA. So, yeah. But all right, man. He says Kyrie loves talking about Nas Ice as well. How dare you, bro? How dare you try to put that jacket on me? You're the one that's bringing up, Otto Skorensky here and all these Nazi Germans, that you're like, obsessed with bringing up. You know what I mean? Like, come on now. All right, let's hear what Costa has to say right now. Oh man, how about that, man? 4 wins for Costa on that one. 4 wins in 2025. How about that? How about make it 5, right? Have them go on like a Rising card, one of those end of the year Rising cards that they have for New Year's, right? Make it like 5 for the year. That is if they allow people to get on, on like a non-UFC card like that. Yeah, big first round knockout for Costa on this one. All right, so let's check out the rest of the fight cards tonight on this one. Let's see what these fight cards are saying here. So we got Cesare and then Cesar Almeida coming up next. Okay. All right, so we got 3 fights left. All right. All right, so I think the gangs is me, him. He's the one that likes to bring up the Nazis, the Nazis and Nick Fuentes. That's what he likes to bring up. Those are his boys. Yeah, man. Hey, glad that we were able to catch you well after a bit of some update on what went on the regional scenes on that one. All right, y'all. I got a little bit of exclusive for my next upcoming video regarding Francis Ngannou. Come check this out. Cain Velasquez and Francis Ngannou fight. In fact, that was the fight that he was asking $50K on. Did he deserve that $50K for knocking out Cain Velasquez? Well, I let you watch that fight and you figure it out yourself to form your own opinion on that matter. I'm not at that's not my own problem for me to really solve whether he really deserves. So there it is, man. A little bit of some exclusive of the video that I will drop right after this event ends. Just right about when the event ends. Not right after, but just, yeah. And it is regarding Dana White and Francis Ngannou. After hearing from Dana how Francis acted, I can see who he really is now. You can tell he's kind of a pretentious a-hole. Are you talking about Francis Ngannou or Dana White, or both? Because I tell you what, here's a little spoilers of what I will see in that video, right? I think it's both of them. But if you feel that way about Francis, I could see a world that is true. If you say that it was only Dana White, I could see a world where that is true. Right? Remember, there's always two sides to every story, right? But what I will say is that every action has a reaction, but yeah, I would see how this is a lot more favorable towards Dana White, though, to be objectively honest about it, right? The way that Francis had reacted, or this, that, and the other. Well, okay, look, let's try and really analyze this, right? Try and grasp this. Here's a word for you guys right here. Hold on a second here. All right, so there it is, right? I want you to try and understand that word to really kind of understand, what is going on with Francis and Dana White, right? Because there's some of that going on as well, right? He says, and Frankie Edgar gave his take on Joanna and Jamal, said Joanna is always a sweetheart when he has had dealings with her. Well, you know what? Listen, think about this, right? They're going to have a different interaction with Joanna, right? Especially the context of who Jamal is, how he is, right? Now, obviously, how do I say this? Frankie Edgar is not exactly like a Pookie Ray Ray type of character as Jamal Hill is, right? So he's not going to be predispositioned to the same type of social problem interactions that he will, right? So also it's not like Joanna is this extremely unreasonable person where no one's going to have a cordial interaction, right? But when you have the right elements of people, the right type of personalities and characters that are involved, then yes, that can happen. Or what is this? What is oh wow. Are they showing the highlights of the ESPN era? It says right. He says, remember Jamal trying to fight Pereira at the PI? Or talking ish to him? Yeah, but check this out, right? What did Jamal say in regards to that? He said to him, hey, listen, bro, we're here to fight in the cage. If we're going to fight, we're going to get paid for it. Right? He was, this is a dude from the hoods of Detroit, I believe, where Jamal Hill is from. You know what I mean? For him to say, like, yeah, you know what? We're just going to do this in the cage and get paid for it. I don't know, man. That sounds like a very reasonable person to me. Right? Or at least within that moment of time, he took the reasonable route to take. Because on most occasions, you better believe that, Jamal Hill will run up on you. Jamal Hill would run up on you on most occasions. Not in this occasion, though. He said, hey, listen, he's from Chicago, but the same thing, LOL. Yeah, the same thing, depending on who you ask. But I tell you what, I don't think King Von or Little Dirk would probably be very accepting of the idea. Hey, you're from Detroit. I'm from Detroit, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, some dudes are like that. I know dudes out here in Cali that are like, hey, you're from such and such, and are not. Like Oakland guys, they hate being confused with San Francisco people. Then again, who wants to be confused by San Francisco people anyway? In that regard, a lot of San Francisco people are confused in and of itself, if you know what I mean. Oh, he says, yeah, you know what I mean. Same type of culture. Yeah. Same type of culture, but within those subcultures, they have a problem when you say that I'm from Queens versus actually being from the Bronx, or being from Long Beach as opposed to being from Compton or being from Merced versus being from Stockton. And yeah, so it's one of those type of things. But yeah, same culture nonetheless, right? Meaning that, if he's going to, get approached like that, then yeah, there's going to be, some of that action, action to the Jackson on the part of Jamal Hill. He says strong style at the fights tonight, and they get crazy favoritism. Strong style was at the fights tonight, and they get crazy favoritism. Strong style, is that Stipe's team? Is that who strong style is that you're talking about? They act like it. Yeah, Stipe's gym. Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what? That makes sense, though, doesn't it, Marty? If you think about it, obviously, they are like a powerful, established team in Ohio. You know what I mean? So they are going to have. It's kind of like out here, bro. Listen, a lot of Team Alpha Male fighters get a lot of favorable matchups up here too. That's why, man, if you really want to be serious about your MMA stuff and you are up in Northern California, Team Alpha Male is the way to go. They, they are adamant in making you win. Yeah, they're up by Cleveland. Yeah, so that's another thing too, right? A very dominant city in comparison to the other small towns. That's what Team Alpha Male pretty much essentially does in the regional scenes out here. It's kind of like these journeyman boxers taking on, like, let's say, matchroom boxers or top ranked boxers or Queensberry Frank Warren boxers, kind of like that. That's what regional MMA is like. Regional MMA is a lot like boxing in the bigger scenes. Right, yeah, it's a lot like that, man. It's a lot like that. Regional MMA is a lot like professional boxing at the highest level. Like when you're talking about how you look at the early matchups of Anthony Joshua. Oh my goodness! Speaking of Anthony Joshua, can you believe it is next week? Anthony Joshua taking on Jake Paul. Real interesting week. I mean, look, there's not going to be a lot of UFCs after this, but you got Jake Paul boxing next week. You got a few boxing matches in the and then you got Andrew Tate boxing as well. So there you go, man. I mean, obviously not the most serious type of combat sports events out there, but yeah, there's you can't wait for that one. Which one? The Jake Paul fight or the Andrew Tate fight? Which one are you talking about, or both? Because look at it like this, right? They're like, the UFC's like, listen, we're not going to have fights for the next 6 weeks. Andrew Tate and Jake Paul can have this entire slots right here. They can have these time slots. Go have at it. We'll take a break. You guys entertain us now. You know what I mean? Says the UFC. Also, you got Ryzen. Obviously, Ryzen is going to be up there too. He says both. I was actually talking about Jake and Joshua initially. Okay, so now, yeah, you know what? Like this guy that Andrew Tate's fighting, I mean, he doesn't really have a lot of combat sports experience. In fact, he really kind of looks goofy and awkward, right? But who knows, man? Who knows? I guess if Andrew stays on course, sticks to his jab, but he is a taller guy. He is a taller guy, though, and he would have to really have his speed up. See, that's the thing, right? If you fight taller people, it's not impossible, but you got to have the speed to be able to do it, because you got to be there first. Because here's the thing: when you're fighting taller guys, they can be slower than you, but you have to be way faster than them in order to do that. He says, yeah, super goofy. He's 6'5". Tate is 6'3". Yeah. But you know what? Not a big, huge difference, though. Guys that I've sparred with that are like a little taller, like 6'2", 6'3", or something like that. If they don't have the speed, I could catch them, easily, in the striking range. easily if they don't have the speed to deal with it. But that's why I said, man, the taller guys, they don't got to be faster than you. They just have to be first. They just have to be at the right place at the right time. And I think Andrew has a chance of doing that. I think he'll do it. A lot of people in Jake Paul's camp are saying there's a good chance that he'll win this. But of course, that's what everybody says. Why would you not hire people that don't believe in you? Right? Why would you not hire people that don't believe in you? But then again, it is a big bag, right? $70 million for Anthony Joshua. So they're going to tell you anything. They're going to tell you anything to get in that fight. But Jake Paul is in there sparring the likes of Daniel Dubois, and what's happening in there. Bro, he knocked down Daniel Dubois. And this is the guy that beat the living heck out of Anthony Joshua. Says, yeah, of course they're going to say that. But what about Jake Paul knocking down Daniel Dubois? What do you think of that, Marty? What do you think of that? Listen, bro, he knocked down the guy that beat Anthony Joshua. There's no such thing as MMA math, right? Because MMA is such a complex sport. But there is such thing as MMA boxing. Boxing math. There's no such thing as MMA math, but there is such thing as boxing math. What is boxing math? Well, boxing math goes as follows, right? So if Buster Douglas can beat Mike Tyson, and and Evander Holyfield can beat Buster Douglas, which he did, then that means Mike Tyson can't beat Holyfield. It's really as simple as that, right? That's boxing math. But in MMA math, it doesn't work like that. You see, Omar Nurmagomedov can't beat Merab, but Merab gets beat by Peter Yan, and Peter Yan could probably get beat by Merab. That's how it works, man. He says, yeah, but did they tell Daniel to hold back or paid him to do so? Hey, man, it's sparring, bro. Think about it, right? Maybe he pulled up there with extra sprint sessions of some sort. You know what I mean? And he was affected. That, man, listen, that really matters in a fight, bro. Like, that really matters in a fight. You know? It really matters in a fight. But yeah. All right. So what do we got right now? We are now 5 hours into the stream. We are now into this fight right now. All right, so here we go. Round number 1. ALMEIDA versus Olenjaychuk. Wonder if he's related to the Olenjaychuk guy. Says, right, yeah. Yeah, so, there's a lot of listen, I would take, serious precaution if I was Team Joshua on that one. But all right, we got a fight going on right now. ALMEIDA versus Olenjaychuk. Let's go. All right, so there's a takedown right there by Olin Jachuk. All right, so now he's right on top of him right now. Full mount position on him right now. All right, so now Olin Jachuk maintaining top control position right now with the side control. By the way, shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in right now. Guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and also don't forget to throw some super chats along the way. You know, yeah, man, be kind to your boy. Throw some super chats along the way if you could. Yeah? All right, so Olin Jachuk maintaining top control right now. Maintaining top control position. All right, there's Olin Jachuk right now throwing some bombs right up top. I'm maintaining in a half guard position right now. ALMEIDA really taking some damage from the bottom right now. But a little bit of some better position here, looking for some butterfly guard position right now. Shout out to everybody around the world. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Also, hit the join members stream only for some exclusives. First dibs on some of the videos that I'm going to be putting out there. And tonight, I will be dropping a video regarding Francis Ngannou and the fight that he had with Dana White. Yes, that is factual, Marty. Yes, that is true. Yes. All right, so maintaining this 50-50 clinch position right here. Here's Olin Jachuk right on top of ALMEIDA, grinding up against the cage. Yes, I did, Marty. Yes, this is a fact. Look, I am surprised that that not enough Muay Thai people fight like this. Although, I mean, obviously, Israel Adesanya fought Muay Thai like that, right? Now, look, the reason why a lot of people don't fight Muay Thai like that is because of this, right? Most people that start fighting Muay Thai without fighting any other martial arts prior to that, in particular, like say Taekwondo, is because they only were taught the traditional Muay Thai that is flat-footed, right? The safe style of, let's say, bouncing on your front toes, right? And then keeping your hands up in a very, very conventional manner, right? Everything that they do is very conventional, right? And as such, they get really predictable. They get used to fighting people that, trade body kicks with them, right? One throws a body kick. Now I'm going to throw a body kick, right? Like just going body for body, right? One throws a leg kick. Now the other's either going to throw a leg kick or the other's going to check it, right? It's just, yeah, man. It's very predictable, right? In comparison to, let's say, if you add Western boxing or elements of Taekwondo into it. He says only Krav Maga, full contact, including weapons. Yeah, Krav Maga is a lie. He says that had to really throw people off because Muay Thai is very structured. Yes, it's like a dance. It's a dance that everybody is following, right? And then there's one person that's iconoclastic that is doing the complete opposite. Yeah, the Cruz TJ footwork comes from boxing. Correct. Correct. And obviously, you know, being a longtime boxing fan, probably more than I've been an MMA fan, and that is indicative of the fact that I'm 40 years old and the fact that you know, boxing has been around longer than MMA. But yeah, Prince Nassim. There's the other inspiration to that. It may have inspired by boxers, but Cruz developed his own thing. TJ and Dwayne took it further. There you go. I'll even argue that I'll bet you Tyson Fury was probably influenced by that. Because look, you watch Tyson Fury's fights during the same era of TJ Dillashaw and Cruz and Uriah and all those guys. Man, Tyson Fury wasn't fighting like that during the 2010s, the 2011s, 2012s, and 13s. He wasn't fighting like that. Yeah, he was far beyond from fighting anything like that. So you can even argue that maybe perhaps he was, you know, influenced by that style as well. All right, so there's a body lock right there by Olenjachuk. Now he takes ALMEIDA down from that body lock. All right, so now maintaining that full guard position. Every time ALMEIDA was looking for a body butterfly guard, he gets stuck and put right back into the half guard position. But yeah, man, look it up, guys. Tyson Fury did not fight like that in that era. His style was a lot more flat-footed. In fact, his style back then was a lot more similar to when he had first took out Deontay Wilder, right? When Deontay Wilder started implicating that Detroit boxing style, the Kronk gym style. He really started implying that style in like late 2014, 15. And then that's when he won the world title against Klitschko, was right around that time. Shout out to the 11 people that are in here right now. Guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and also hit the join button. Come check out my members stream only. I've got some interesting subject matters there, right, that I would not dare talk about on a normal basis. I think you guys would really enjoy the content that we have there, and you get first dibs on behind the scenes of what I do for these videos. So I think you guys will really like it. Check it out. Very cheap, like about, you know, $1, a little over $1 a month. That's about it, right? And it's well worth content. So, you know, I'm trying to build up my members only space so that we can have a members only chat, right? Where it's just us and the boys, you know, having a little chat, and, you know, we'll do it like that. You know what I mean? Also, live streams. Yes, I got a new video that's coming out today, obviously, about the Francis Ngannou and Dana White situation. I will get right on it, edit it as soon as this event is done, and I will have it released by the end of tonight. So, all right. So we are up to the co-main event right after this fight right here. So the ground control time by Olenjachuk, round 1, 3 minutes and 17 seconds. This round 2, he's been up there for well over 3 minutes, right up there. And the third round, I think it's going to be a rinse and repeat cycle, right? He's going to take him down again. He's going to try and go for that butterfly guard position to try to get him out. But in reality, he's just, yeah, he's going to get stuck right down there. So All right, so the third round is coming up right now. Here we go. Round number 3. There is Fury FC. Okay. Body kick right there by ALMEIDA, the traditional Muay Thai kick right there. And then here's Olenjachuk shooting in. I told you guys, rinse and repeat. And then he takes him down. He's right down on the side control again. I told you it's going to be a rinse and repeat. He's going to gain some more ground control time right now. All right, so Olenjachuk is maintaining this half guard position right now. And as he's maintaining his half guard position, he's now in side control right now. Dominant position. Now he's about to gain literally about 3. Oh, what is this? They got a timeout going on right now. What is this? They are breaking them up. What is the referee breaking them up for right here? All right, so the action is back right now. All right, what is he going to do? Is he going to give him a warning? Okay, so 12-6 elbow. Okay. He asked him if he understands. Okay, so he gave him a warning. All right, so just a little bit of warning on that one. Okay, now they're back right at it again. All right, here we go. 3 minutes. Oh, wow. Okay, now he shoots in. As he shoots in, once again, that butterfly guard, right? Every time he shoots in, it's like his entire game plan is to basically go into that that butterfly guard position. And once again, maintaining that top guard position right now, just continuing to rain elbows from the top. There's another one right there. Okay, but he's still maintaining that half guard position. He said, "Did you see the Jake Paul face off with Joshua on the deck on that dock by the water?" Yeah, let's check it out. Okay, yeah, let's check that one out right here. Yeah, so let's check out that face-off that you're talking about, Jake Paul. As we are ending this fight between ALMEIDA and Olenjaychuk right now, which more than likely Olenjaychuk won this one right here. But okay, so yeah, yeah, in his UFC debut as well. Okay, so as he wins that decision, let's check out Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua facing off right here. Okay. Oh, wow. Here's a face-to-face between, okay, right here by the dock that he's talking about right here. Says he kept going on his toes like an idiot unless it was AI. Let's see. Yeah, this is not AI. This is legit. This is legit. I saw footage of him by my buddy's story, Eric, right? He was wearing that same exact shirt and he was wearing that same exact shirt and pants and everything. So yeah, it definitely was not yeah, it wasn't AI for sure. He says, "Who do you think will replace Joshua or Jake with the last minute?" I think they're both going to go through with the fight, man. You know, there's so much on the line with this fight. There is no way not any of them are not going to take it. You know, yeah, there's no way that they're not going to take this fight no matter what. You know, I think they're just, yeah, they're going to run with this fight. All right, well, there it is, man. Olenjaychuk is going to get announced the winner right now, and we'll be right back for the next one. Yeah, I mean, why would any belts be on the line fresh, right? Anthony Joshua is not a world champion. He's a former world champion. Jake is trying to be a world champion, right? So he's sort of in the right fight to do that, right? World champion versus a guy who's trying to be a world champion. Perfect fight. He said, fig break. Fig break. Is that, sig break? $4.20 Coke, cookies, Coca-Cola, hummus, banana, minute break. Yeah, sure. Sure. Yeah. Wow, okay, look at this. They're showing some of the old school, what do you call it, ESPN moments. Now, how about that? The first ESPN moment, right, was headlined by TJ Dillashaw and Henry Cejudo. If you guys remember that fight, man, TJ Dillashaw had to go down all the way to 125 and obviously got caught with that unfortunate, yeah. No, okay, oh, and there's the Joaquin Buckley knockout right there. Man, did that age well. Impa Kasangai became the PFL champion. Joaquin Buckley became, a top contender, right? He beat Colby Covington, but he couldn't beat Usman. So he's still right up there. He says EPO Illashaw. Yeah, man, the infamous nickname that he has gotten from that. Yeah, listen, guys, look, here's the thing that I want to say about this, right? Check this out. All your favorite athletes, all your favorite fighters, they all do it, right? The only difference is some of them are a little bit more discreet than others. Some people are overt, more overt than others, like Chael Sonnen. He's overt about it. He's like, oh, yeah, I took steroids from back in the days, and I don't regret it one bit. I was trying to be the best in the world. So, of course, I'm going to tell you that I take steroids, but then there are people out there that are just complete dumbasses and liars, and they're never going to admit that they've taken it. There you go. That's the truth, man. Anderson Silva. Oh, not me. I'm humble martial artist, brother, from Brazil. But even though I get caught with the same substance as Chael Sonnen, I'm gonna make it seem like, no, that's not it. No, I'm good person. No, it is Chael that is bad guy. But he take a lot of steroids. He took steroids when he fought me, man. It's my little Anderson Silva impression on that. Dominic Cruz, I don't think he took anything. You don't think Dominic Cruz took anything? You know what? Here's the thing, right? I gotta tell you, that style, listen, it takes a toll on your body, that kind of style. To be honest with you, like, you look at the recent podcast that Cruz has had going on. I mean, like, wow, man, listen, he's not the same Dominic Cruz as the one that fought Uriah or TJ or Cody. None of that, right? It's not the same guy, right? It really took a toll and a toll on him. I mean, look, it's a very relentless style, bro. And in order to train that style at the highest level, right? Because look, you gotta imagine, look, a street fight against a normal guy, you can get away with that style. They won't know what the hell they're doing. They don't even know what the hell they're looking at when they start seeing you bounce around, switching stances, doing all types of weird shit, right? They don't know what's going on. But if you're going to do that against another trained athlete and they fight the same way, and by the way, a lot of guys nowadays, at least if they're smart enough, they should be fighting that way. Okay, that is going to be a very difficult task to do, because now you have to do it 10 times harder as them. You got to put in the certain amount of road work in order to keep up with that kind of, that type of pace. And it takes a toll on your body. And it took a toll on Dominic Cruz's body in order to keep up with that. It even took a toll on him early in his career. That's why he was, constantly injured all the time. So yeah, his body is always destroyed. What is that in reference to, Juice? Victory says, somehow all of TJ's old samples passed. After he got caught, they checked everything again. There you go, man. There you go. I guess that is a sense of validation, right, from all of the accusations that came his way. He says, not all of them. Remember in Dom's pod, he said that Dillashaw told him at the end of the fight, you have great cardio. Let me read that again. Yeah, not all of them. Remember, in Dom's fight, he said, Dillashaw told him, so Dillashaw said to Dom, at the end of the fight, you have great cardio. So in other words, you have great cardio, and here I am taking EPO, and you're over here keeping up. Yeah, bro, because Dominic Cruz battered his body training like that. And here's the thing. Here's another thing, guys. If you're not taking, you know, those types of supplements that's banned from the UFC, and some of them are not even steroids. Some of them are just good enough for you to, like, recover, like creatine. There's certain type of creatines you're not allowed to take, right? This is a recovery mechanism. So if you're going to train like the way that Dominic Cruz trains, and I understand everything about training to that type of style, you know, you're going to need the proper recovery mechanisms. That's just what it is. Dom found that to be an odd compliment. He said Dom found that to be an odd compliment. He was insinuating that TJ said that because he was on drugs and Dom was able to keep up. Okay, yeah, so there you go, right? There you go. He felt like, you know what? Here I am. Here you are, right? You got this NOS engine inside your car, and here I am. I'm coming in here as a stock Skyline engine. By the way, I'm throwing Skyline as an example because Dominic Cruz is sort of into that whole, you know, a Japanese import Fast and Furious thing, right? Indicative of his own Supra and his own Skyline. I believe he owns a Skyline. Is it a Skyline or a Supra? Let me know in the comment section below if you guys know. Fresh says Russian and Muslim fighters all take drugs, according to him. It says who? It says who? I mean, yeah, Russians, but Muslim fighters? I mean, that's a blanket statement, my man. Right? If you mean the Dagestanis, I mean, very few of them really got caught. That Ramzan guy, there's a heavyweight that fought. Ruslan Magomedov, I believe. Yeah. It says exactly. It says, look at Dom's body and Strickland's body and Bryce's body compared to that of Islam, etc. You know who takes drugs. Wow. When you mean look at their bodies, do you mean by the because look, steroids means performance, not you know, winning Mr. Universe contest, right? Like I think you're a knowledgeable enough man to kind of understand that. Yeah, you know what it is. Okay, so yeah, I could buy that. All right, so we got Kevin Vallejos versus Buchecha right now. All right, so co-main event of the evening, guys. All right, man, we got another one from Argentina. Obviously, they're building a roster down there. It says, who's the main event? Royval and Buchecha. Right now, this should have been Muhammad Mokaev and Brandon Royval, but obviously, yeah, Muhammad Mokaev had to go to the other organizations. But here he is. He's back in the UFC now, right? Back in the UFC, looking to claim his spot where he left off. When their veins pop out of their bodies, it's probably drugs. No, bro, it's called having a vascular. It's called getting your vascular on. Did Bobby Green win? Yes, he did by split decision. King Green, mind you, yes, because Fresh here reminded me that Islam didn't actually fight King Green. He actually fought Bobby Green. Okay, so yeah, he's on it. He's on it. He's on it on that one. All right, round one. Round one. Let's have the music off for these fights right here. So here we go. Round one. Chikazi taking on Vallejos. Vallejos, not to be mistaken by the Vallejos in California, but that is his last name, fighting out of Argentina. He says King would beat Islam easy. Yeah, well, we saw that fight, right? No name changing in the world, whether you're Bobby Green or King Green or Green Collins or Green whatever. You know what I'm saying? Trying to do my, Charleston white voice. You know, that boy ain't beating no Islam Makhachev. Yeah, he ain't beating that boy, no way. We saw how that fight went, and it took place right here in this arena we are watching right now in the Apex Center. There's a high kick right there by Giga Chad. He did, I think. I thought he changed it back after the Patty fight. He did, I think. Okay. Yeah. No amount of name changing in the world is going to, change that. So, shout outs to the 600 people around the world that have tapped in right now. Hopefully this fight goes to 5 rounds so we can get more people in here. But yeah, we can get up to 1,000 on this one. How about that? 1,000 views on the last ESPN card. Let's hope. Inshallah. We got 14 people in here right now. Everybody hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and hey, please don't be shy. Throw some super chats along the way. Also, check out my members stream only section. Come join the members section only before it gets bigger, because we will start having members only stream there, and we will talk about things that, hey, listen, you wouldn't normally talk about in a normal YouTube stream. So let's do it. Fresh, hop up in there. Marty, hop up in there. $1 a month. We'll have all the boys in there, and and have all the banter in the world that can't be censored, and everything in between. So maybe some of the conversations that you brought up earlier about the Austrian man, yeah, maybe we can have those conversations there as well, right? And some historical matters on that. He says, "I'll become a member." Yes, thank you, my man. Shout out to you. He says 7.8 million super chat. You're welcome. Yeah, you got to throw it in the super chat. You can't type it into the message, but thank you. I'll take the sentiment all the same. He says maybe he calls himself that because he has so many kids and baby mamas. Is that in reference to to Bobby Green? I don't know about that. I don't really hear too many stories about Bobby Green like that. I know that he's had some prison stories and this and that, but yeah, I don't really know too much about all the other personal stuff that he has. Listen, any guy that is in a public eye like that and that can keep your life private like that, I think it's very essential to do so, because man, listen, you got real ops out there. Even if you don't have ops, man, these people out here are disgusting, bro. Like, look at what MMA Guru said about Chito Vera's daughter, right? Who's got all these issues and this and that. Like, think about that, man. You know what I mean? But listen, I don't want to put the blame on Chito Vera on that one, but at the same time, it is disgusting to go after his daughter like that. And that's the kind of character that you got with MMA Guru. So listen, if you want to, listen to real content with adults speaking, you tap onto this one. Otherwise, you go to MMA Guru and hear him spew a bunch of dumb shit, like talking about other people's kids for the sake of shock value entertainment. He says, yeah, talking about Green, he talked about all his kids on the Jackson podcast. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that I didn't see that one. I didn't watch the Jackson podcast. Obviously, I didn't want my IQ to get lowered. But on top of that, he's got Bear. I mean, listen, bro. Like he says, what did he say here? What did Fresh here say? He says, I think it's a black thing making up weird names. You know what? There is this prevalent attitude within, specifically not all black communities, but specifically in the African American community, and some people in it that like to call themselves kings, or yeah, we were kings or this and that. And then usually they would attach themselves to like ancient Egyptian type of type of like images and things of that nature, like come up with these lineages that they claim to be from. What I mean, I don't know, bro. Like a couple of things to say about that, right? Like, I don't know why you want to name yourself after a king, a pharaoh, or this and that. If you read anything about the Bible or the Quran, I mean, all kings and pharaohs were nothing more than just godless people that, did horrible atrocities to, normal civilians all throughout history. But yeah, he says, yeah, Bear sucks. Yeah, the co-host of Jackson for sure. He says, yeah, that dude tonight called himself a Black Euphoria. That's what he called himself? Okay. Yeah, that dude called himself Black Euphoria. Oh, okay. You're not talking about Bear. You're talking about one of the dudes that, that fought in the card. That was his actual name. Oh, wow. Hold up. So that was his real name. Maybe that was his fight name. I mean, look, obviously, Kimbo Slice's name was Kevin Ferguson, right? That was his government name. But when you look at the TV screen, right there when he fought, it was Kimbo Slice. So I thought maybe it's one of them things, right? I mean, he spells his name Black with 3 C's. He spells his, I mean, man, that's kind of odd. Like he spells it with 3 C's. The only people that spell their names with C's like that, usually if you come from like a Crip gang or something, right? Because they never want to spell with a CK, because obviously CK falls under Crip killers. So yeah, they would spell it with like C's, so whenever they would, just to kind of, put it out there. But yeah, one of the fighters, they didn't say any other names besides Black Euphoria. They announced him. Yeah, so maybe not his government name. Maybe it's a street name that they just converted his fight name. That's also a thing. He says Ferguson didn't know Kimbo is Mexican. Yeah, brother, Ferguson is an Anglo name. Yeah, Ferguson is an Anglo name, right? Just because you know Tony Ferguson as the most famous Ferguson that you know in your mind, it doesn't mean that it's a Mexican name. Or I mean, what is a Mexican name in the first place, right? They're all Spanish names. Oh, Giga Chat is getting knocked out. Oh, just as we said that. Oh, wow. Vallejo's just knocked out Giga. Oh, wow. Wow, he knocked out. Wow, man. That was an amazing knockout. That was an amazing knockout. He elbowed him too, man. Wow, man. Yeah, 2 right hands, man, right there, man. Wow. Great one. But yeah, man, that's his name. Yeah, Kevin Ferguson. Kevin Ferguson was Kimbo's real name. He says, no, it's Mexican. Yeah, Dirtbag Dustin says all the old guys are on their way out. Man, shout outs to Dirtbag Dustin, man. First time I've seen you in here. You know what? I know there are people that are watching that are like creeping behind, and I get it, man. I watch. I mean, it's not like I don't watch other live streams as well, right? It's not like I comment in every single one of them, unless of course I'm trying to do it for promotional reasons. But that's what you do. That's what you do if you are an upcoming content creator. You put your put yourself out there if you can, right? But most times I don't. I'm just sitting there listening in or this and that. I know that there's a lot of you that are listening. Yeah, man, drop a comment. Let me know what part of the world you are from. Contribute to our engagement that we have over here. Shout out to Dirtbag Dustin. Let me know what part of the world you are from, my man. But yeah, you are right. It is one of those cards, and the consecutive cards prior to all that, where a lot of the old guys are sort of on their way out, and the and the new generation is coming in to fill in those spots. Fresh says game over for Giga. UFC cleaning the oldies in this month. Big Ferg. And then Fresh Melon Juice says, is Dirtbag Dustin Connor's burner account? Yeah, burner account. I don't know, man. Victory says, Kimbo's backyard fights were some of the first YouTubes I watched on YouTube. Oh, really? Was one? Oh, yeah, that's right, man. Because you know what? During those times, what are we talking about? Like 2007, 2008? Like a lot of people didn't really know about YouTube like that, right? Like very few people use YouTube. Like nowadays, bro, people use YouTube to watch everything. I watch news on YouTube. I watch even local news sometimes, right? I mean, you'll always have local news on your own cable TV, but even local news is in your YouTube and it's cut up in clips. So you don't have to watch like an entire segment or a live segment. You can just watch the specific clips that, yeah. So back in the days, YouTube wasn't like that. It was just people making cat videos, people making different types of videos, people making vlog videos, right? Just doing whatever. But you know, eventually it became the dominant force of media. So Melon says the Waffle House channel have all the black fighters all the time. The Waffle House channel have the black fighters all the time. What do you refer to as the Waffle House channel, or is that some sort of racial undertone that you are engaging in? Right? What do you mean? Or is that really a real channel? Let me know. Let me know if there is such thing as a Waffle House channel. I doubt there's such thing as a Waffle House channel. I think it's a clear, blatant racial undertone on the part of Fresh as always, you know, which is why he keeps himself in you know, in a very what do you call it, non-identifiable manner, because remember when I had you know, the homie Jermaine in here with Zane, right? Remember when they had a debate about Canelo and Crawford, right? Like you guys were getting at Jermaine saying, yeah, you guys probably think Zane is racist because he's going for Canelo. Like, why would you say that? He says no undertone. Yeah, so what do you mean by Waffle House channel? Like, is that an actual cooking channel, or are you really pulling my leg with you know, racial undertones again? He says, you've never seen the Waffle House. Oh, okay. Yes, of course I've seen a lot of Waffle House brawls. Oh, yeah, bro. Oh, yeah, yeah. In World Star, yeah, yeah, of course. But I didn't know that there was an actual channel for it. Or, I mean, I know there's channels for it. I just didn't know that you would call it, you know, the Waffle House channel of some sort. You know, that's yeah, that's a little strange. Yeah. All right, man. So Kevin Vallejo is going to be ranked number 15. Yeah, man. New names that are coming up in the game, right? Obviously, in the last pay-per-view, the last event, you sort of had the same, you know, old guard, you know, new guys coming in type of thing as well, right? Um, Not with Bobby Green tonight, though, man. He maintained guard for the old guys tonight. So, you know, Bobby Green is, you know, walking away with a win tonight. Amosov, yeah, new guy. Uh, Johansson, obviously older guy, but, you know, beat Thomson tonight. He says, you have to consider the source, Kyrie. It's fresh. LOL. Yeah, there you go. There you go, right? You know what, Marty, I tell you what, right? Remember when he said that he was like, you know, a recruited young member of the CIA or whatever. I was like thinking, listen, how does somebody at that age get recruited into the CIA? And then I ended up watching Homeland, and then they get into the backstory of Quinn, right? One of the protagonists in there, and they said that they recruited him when he was like 17 or 18 from a foster home or something like that, right? Yeah, but I didn't know that. I didn't know that that the CIA actually recruits out of like a foster home. But again, that's an HBO fiction, right? By the way, now available on Netflix, obviously. But yeah. All right. So more highlights they are showing from the ESPN era. Oh, I believe this is Haraguchi they're showing. All right, so Michael Olenjachuk taking on Marc-Andre Barrios in the February 7th card. Okay, so I believe that's going to be right around the Ramadan time. So yeah, but yeah, of course, man, I will still be here during Ramadan to cover all the fights. Obviously, you know what? Listen, some of the best numbers that I've done was during Ramadan. Always, it's always like that. But obviously, that goes without saying, right? So hopefully we get more blessings for the channel this year in Ramadan. And yeah, man, I'm sure all of you are out there celebrating what you're celebrating during this time. Your boy will not be celebrating any of those days. We are here, though, regardless. But yeah, there's Manel Kape right there with a Portuguese flag, and I'm not sure what flag that is he has back there. Looks like a bit of some like sickle and hammer communist Africa type of flag he's got going on there. But all right, man, yeah, awaiting the main event, the final event of ESPN. Right? Something you don't want to miss as a hardcore fan. But look, I like Manel Kape. I just don't like the fact that look, it's not his fault. He's not the one that got kicked out of the UFC. It was Mokaev, but I really think that Mokaev would have been the one that would have been perfect for this fight tonight, right here. Right? He would have been, the perfect opponent for Royval. But after, after a few fights, he's already had a few fights outside of the UFC. Maybe a rematch. Maybe a rematch with Manel Kape at some point would do. All right, main event coming up in shortly. than Brandon Royval. All right, so Brandon Royval now waiting to get in there. All right, some really colorful lights out here, right? Very similar to the colorful lights in the thumbnail, right? I mean, that's some really colorful lights in the thumbnail on this one. There's Manel Kape saying Allah Akbar as he's walking into the cage. The Kendrick Lamar lookalike. Now, tell me he doesn't resemble Kendrick Lamar in in his own way, in his own French Portuguese way. All right, so he's looking for a title shot. Against Joshua Van, bro, listen, the fight to make with Muhammad Mokaev and Joshua Van, I think that is the fight to make, right? I mean, they can really build that fight up, as time goes on. Right, so I'm very surprised that it is. Manel Kape that is walking out first. He's number 6. What's Brandon Royval? Is Brandon Royval of a higher rank? If so, okay, that makes sense. If he's the one walking out last, usually it's the higher ranked guy that walks last. So. Wow, man. Feeling a little nostalgic or what, man? The last fight of ESPN, not really. It's, you know what? The show goes on. The machine goes on. That's how MMA, the UFC, and combat sports is in general. Sports in general. The show goes on. No matter what, the machine goes on. Just like your favorite Premier League soccer team, just like your favorite team, in basketball, in the NBA, in the NFL, no matter what, the show goes on at all times. And that's all there is to it, man. The show goes on and it will continue. It will not continue in ESPN, but guess what? It will continue in Paramount. Right? It won't continue in pay-per-view, so you don't have to spend $80 every time you are watching a pay-per-view event every Saturday. But guess what? Now you get to consume it in Paramount for free. So if you get Paramount, guess what? You also get Mobland, and I don't know what else other shows they got there because Paramount in the UFC, Paramount in the UFC and Mobland is all that it is for me. Right? Mobland, UFC, that's it when it comes to Paramount. At least now, right? So they obviously had a press conference not too long ago about that. And the way that I was sort of looking at this was like, wow, you know what? This is the symbol of the new generation of MMA. And you know what? Just like this comment earlier, right, from Dirtbag Dustin. Dirtbag Dustin said earlier, it's like the old dogs are being swept away by the newer guys. And you know what? That's always how it's going to be in every sport. How it's always going to be. And it's no different right now. So there's Alex Hernandez in the background walking out Brandon Royval. By the way, Brandon Royval said something very profound going into this fight, right? He said, you know what, man? I'm really not one of these other fighters here that's calling to get a fight at the White House. He said he doesn't care for it. He doesn't want it. He doesn't care for it. And quite frankly, he feels relieved that he doesn't have to. Because he said that it's like a Game of Thrones type of situation or Squid Games, fighting in front of billionaires that don't even care about you, right? That's kind of what he's on right now. That's kind of what he was expressing here. Yo, and quite frankly, I don't blame him, man. But on any regard, final main event. The final ESPN main event is right here. He said the final time in 2025, the announcer said, how about the final time ever in ESPN? I'm sure they'll go back to ESPN at some point, right? Maybe not in in recent times, but maybe in later down the road. Man, shout out to all the people around the world, sending some love, man. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. It's time. All right, man. Fighting out of Phuket, Thailand. Okay, so that's where Manel Kape is training now, huh? Style Boy. Interesting name. All right, fighting out of Denver, Colorado. All right, Brandon Royval. All right, here's the face-off between Brandon Royval and Manel Kape. This is happening right now. Okay, so let's shut the music off for this one and let us commence for the first round. Right, here we go. Manel Kape looking for his third straight win. All right, final fight of 2025 in the UFC. Low kick by Manel Kape. There's a jab right there by Brandon Royval. Okay, good kicks right there between Manel Kape and Brandon Royval. Oh, some good body kicks right there by Brandon Royval. Good cracks he's throwing right there. Okay, there's another one right there by Brandon Royval. Oh, good combinations by Brandon Royval right here. Oh, there's a double jab right there by Manel Kape. Body kick, catches that kick in the process. Okay, there's the low kick right there by Brandon Royval. Stance switching going on by both of them right now. Okay, there's a little short body kick right there by Brandon Royval on the way out as he's circling away from Manel Kape. Oh, wow. Yeah, man, these guys have been waiting to fight each other since International Fight Week, right? Now it's all the way up to December now. International Fight Week is usually around June, July, right around there. So what's going to happen during this year's International Fight Week, right? I mean, obviously there's the, let's call it what it is. It's not the America's card, right? It's Donald Trump's UFC card. I mean, for crying out loud, he says that he purposely Manel Kape is just knocked out. Oh my goodness, Manel Kape just knocked out Brandon Royval. I can't believe it. He's like, man, you don't want to fight at the White House? Cool. I'll take that spot for you. Wow. Wow, man. Talk about 6'7", knocked him out at like 6 hours and 7 minutes into this live stream. Yeah. Well, I tell you what, man, with a lot of people out there lobbying for a first round knockout, I mean, with a lot of people out there lobbying for a title shot, a first round knockout like this, it's not a bad way to go out, man. Not a bad way to go out and claim your fame to a title shot. Wow, man, yeah. He was really looking for this knockout the whole entire time, man. And you know what? There's not a lot of knockouts that happen in this division, right? So for him to be able to get this knockout in, he said, give the man a title shot. Meanwhile, there's Muhammad Mokaev sitting out there that has a win over Manel Kape. Nonetheless, yeah, still a deserving win. A deserving title shot at that, too. He says one Mexican down. right, man. So 3 minutes and 18 seconds into the first round, and all right, so here's Michael Bisping interviewing Manel Kape right now. Says Alhamdulillah. Says Alhamdulillah for everything. Says because of Allah that I'm here. He says he wants to give the shout out to all the people that came here to watch him. Wow. Oh, wow. Look at this call out by Manel Kape. This is great. He says, you're in Houston, right? Let's fight in Houston, February, he said. He said that Daddy's here and he's come to give you diapers or this, that, and the other. Man, he's talking to smack right now. Sort of referencing at the fact that Joshua Van is a very young champion. He says, nobody can deny me. He says, the only reason why you're a champion is because you took my place. And, well, now the real champion is here. He says, man, that's a great and brilliant call out by Manel Kape, bro. He says, who is he calling out? Joshua Van, of course, man, the champion of his weight class. He's calling out Joshua Van. Great call out. Van is not a champion. Oh, boy, here we go. Because you're a fan of Pantoja. Pantoja lost by a fluke way, and now you're coping, man. You are coping, bro. You sound worse than these Marab fans, bro. Yo, you straight coping. Said he's the most dangerous man in this division. All right, man. Well, there it is. He says Pantoja is the champion of all weight classes. You say that he's the champion of all weight classes, huh? Interesting. I tell you what, man. Listen, let's go for about another hour or so if we can. Yeah, let's just recap everything that we had just witnessed right now. So yeah, man, let's play this music for about 30 seconds and then let's get right into the recap. right. So they are doing a little bit of a recap for ESPN's era right there, man. What a great way to go out right here, right? So okay, let's start off with the first fight of the evening. Okay, Horth versus Bleda. Yeah, knockout out of nowhere, right? You don't normally see a knockout in the flyweight division, let alone the women's flyweight division. But there's a first round knockout right there, very similar to the main event as well. How about this? Frye Jr. versus Pat. Very surprising, this one, right? Now, there wasn't really a lot of takedowns on both of them, right? They sort of had each other in a 50-50 position, grinding each other. And yeah, there you go, right there, right? The striking percentage was on the side of Pat, and that's the reason why he was able to get the win on this one. Luana Santos and Melissa Croden. So Santos won that one mostly because of the control in this fight. Steve Asplund taking on Sean Ashraf. Now, Sean Ashraf with a 50-50 record, obviously, right, in the UFC, 4-2. Very, yeah, man, a great win. Look, anyone could knock each other in the heavyweight division, and Steve, you know what? When two big ships are coming at each other, sometimes it's the sometimes it's just the right shot that takes the other one out. Joe Henderson, Brito, and Isaac Thomson. Yeah, this could have gone either way. This was Isaac Thompson's UFC. Not a bad debut, right? But loss, right? I mean, look, Arman Sarukian lost his MMA debut. Who it was against? Islam Makhachev. One of them type of things. Amosov. That's the darts choke on Magny, right? Gets from a mount position. As soon as he gets from the mount position, goes for the darts choke, and then boom, there he goes right there, right, with the win. So that right there is the main event for the prelims. Going on to the beginning of the fight, Bobby Green. Bobby Green was the card opener. Decision win on this one, right? Just kept his hands the whole entire time, man. Kept his hands the whole entire time. How about this? Kennedy and Marcus get a draw. Okay, you don't normally see that in MMA, as well as you should, right? You should see some draws in MMA sometimes, but yeah. There's not enough draws in MMA. You know what? For example, the fight with what's homeboy's name? Jan Blachowicz and Bogdan. That ended up a draw, right? Rightfully so, that should have been a draw, right? Some fights just need to be a draw. This one, I'm not mad at this being a draw, honestly. I'm not mad at it being a draw. Like I said, man, it needs to be a draw, and yeah, this definitely came out as a draw, and that was that. So, yeah, a draw between them. All right. Next fight. Okay. Costa knocks out Morgan Cherry. Man, with a head kick too. Hit him with a jab and then up high. Gets the knockout kick. Decision win over Cesare, over Cesar Almeida. Right, great ground control the whole entire time. Kevin Vallejos gets a knockout over Giga. And then Manel Kape gets a first round knockout, as we've seen right here, to end the year with his own knockout. Wow, man. The highlight of that was him calling out Joshua Mann. Right, because obviously there's a bit of beef there. Well, not beef, I mean just competitive. None of this is really deep, but yeah, man, that was all she wrote, man. So that was it. That was it, man. So wow, yeah. Let's look at what they're talking about in the highlight section now. So in the first fight. All right. Yeah, he absolutely cut serious promo at the end of there. Right? I mean, listen, that's how you cut a promo, you know, calling up the champ like that. Yeah, man. Wow. Wow, man, yeah, knockout shot right there that he had on Brandon Royval. A perfect shot. All right, Shaw. Well, even though this is the UFC's last fight card of the year, of course, and on YouTube, right? So now the challenge with a lot of people that have to not cover the UFC, you got to find what it is to compelling stories, because there's not going to be any stories to sort of jump on in terms of MMA, but you got to be creative about it, right? You got to create different avenues, maybe cover other combat sports. I mean, obviously there's the Anthony Joshua fight, that's big, right? The MMA community is probably going to be behind that. The Andrew fight, that's big. That's within the next week after that. What do we got here? Safety guys, C is a seriously dangerous. Don't mix ocean bits, too dangerous thing like boxing. Okay, that's yeah. No context to that comment, but okay. Yeah, so there's Manel Cap talking to the front desk right now. He says that he doesn't feel that Joshua Van is a threat to him. You know what? And here's the thing with that fight with Joshua Van, right? A lot didn't really. There wasn't really a lot that happened in that fight to really give a proper assessment to how he would do in the on the championship levels. Oh, he says don't mix too dangerous ocean with MMA. Safety guys, huh? Okay, ocean with MMA. Okay, that makes ocean with MMA. So what does that mean? Like you can't surf while doing MMA, or elaborate on that a little bit if you can, please. Manel Cap says he doesn't fear anything but Allah. He's talking to Rashad Evans on the desk right now. Yeah, man, he's been prepared for this whole entire matchup, right? This was supposed to be for international fight, but for whatever reason, it wasn't, it wasn't feasible for them to do so. I think somebody had an injury. I'm not sure which one, but
follow these guys.
Oh man, Manel saying that Joshua Van can't do anything against him. He's a little kid, and that he said that he's going to work him in the second round. Says his style is a lot more exciting than Pantoja, as he claims. And Jovan agreed with him, saying that he has probably the most exciting. So he goes there, he talks, and he shows up. He says that he's going to be in the rankings by Monday, second in the rankings for that matter by Tuesday, he said. All right. He says that he wants to be consistent and be the type of guy that defends his belt as often. All right, man. So, yeah, it looks like there's a lot to look forward to with Manel Kape in the future. You know, a lot to look forward to. There's matchups with Joshua Van. There's always that rematch with Muhammad Mokaev because Muhammad Mokaev is signing back to the UFC, right? Him and Hunter Campbell were meeting, I believe, in what do you call it, in Qatar. Yeah, they were meeting in Qatar to, you know, sort of talk about his future with the UFC. There's a good chance he'll be in the UFC once again. And look, man, I don't get it. What was the point of Muhammad Mokaev being kicked out of the UFC anyway? What was the point of all that? Right? Let's talk about that in the next segment, right? Why? Okay, so that's the next segment that we're going to talk about. Okay, why did Muhammad Mokaev get kicked out of the UFC? Okay, as we are witnessing Manel Kape in his victory against Brendan Royval right now here on December 13, 2025, with the last ESPN card ever from the UFC, right? Well, a couple of things of what Dana White said about Muhammad Mokaev. He said that Muhammad Mokaev was very uncooperative, very hard to deal with, and from what it seems like, they didn't want to deal with somebody that was going to be a headache as a champion. On top of that, we don't know the potential of Muhammad Mokaev of being a pay-per-view seller, right? It was very early in his career. We don't know if he was going to be, let's say, a big seller like DJ. I mean, DJ wasn't a big seller to begin with. Nowadays he is, right? It seems that DJ has become a lot more popular in his post-fight career than he was during his career. So what is it? I mean, I think that, in all honesty, most 125ers are easily expendable, okay? Now think about this, right? They traded DJ for Ben Askren, and for that came a ripple effects into the UFC. Ben Askren came into the UFC. Ben Askren gets knocked out by Jorge Masvidal. Jorge Masvidal moves on to the BMF card against Nate Diaz and creates this whole new entire genre in the UFC known as the BMF. But that's another side story for another time, right? Because the focus on this right now is the 125ers, in particular, Muhammad Mokaev. So, like, again, as I said, they're expendable. Muhammad Mokaev, undefeated, right? Great amateur record, right? The IMMAF champion in Bahrain, right? A guy that has literally cultivated his whole entire amateur and pro career in Bahrain, only to get kicked out of the UFC and go back to Bahrain. And after going back to Bahrain, winning the title, then coming back only to go back to the UFC. Now, the question is, why did he get kicked out of the UFC in the first place? We can only speculate, but let's have fun with these speculations, right? They said that he was rude to staff. What MMA fighter is not, especially if they are cutting weight, right? But then there's a level of being rude or having a miscommunication, and there's a level of just outrageous level of violence or outrageous level of verbal abuse. Or I don't think Muhammad Mokaev strikes me as the kind of person that is capable of that. Right? We don't know if he's capable of that. They say that he is. They must have found something so undesirable about him for him to get kicked out. But they also found something that was very lucrative to bring him back. And what exactly is that? Well, I think the reason that they brought him back was because they knew that the 125 division is in trouble right now. Think about it. Joshua Van, he's a great champion, and I think he deserves to be champion. But it's very difficult for a lot of people to look at him as a great champion because of the way he won in a very flukish manner. right? It's very difficult for them to see that as a legitimate championship win. Now, I look at that as a legitimate championship. Why do you not? What would you see about Muhammad Mokaev as to say that that is not a legitimate championship win? I'm sorry, not Muhammad Mokaev, Joshua Ban. Joshua Ban, that is, yeah. Why would you not see that as a championship win? Because Pantoja couldn't land the right way? And because he broke his arm? I mean, look, man, when you are in a championship fight, you got to make sure that you land the right way. You got to make sure that you trip over. You got to make sure that your feet are not in certain parts of the cages that could get you stuck, because there are very rigid places in the cage that could get you stuck there. See what I'm saying? So it was very imperative for Pantoja to watch out for these things, and you can't blame Joshua Ban for that, but nonetheless, he's a marketable champion. So now you got Manel Kape, marketable. You got Pantoja, who's had a great run before the Joshua Ban fight. There's always a fight right there. You got Muhammad Mokaev, and then you got Manel. Yeah, I mentioned Manel Kape. And then DJ, he could probably come back anytime he wants, but who knows? I don't know if he can make weight at this point, but who knows? Press says, Van is not a champ. Khamzat is not a champ. Ilya is not a champ. So none of these people are champs. So what do you call them then? They all have belts. Van has a belt. Khamzat has a belt. Ilya has a belt. Isn't that what a champion is? When you have the belt? But what is it in your criteria doesn't make them a champion? What about their criteria doesn't make them a champion? But on any regard, that one's going to get clipped right there. This one's going to get clipped for sure. He says, Patty or Justin will have the belt. O'Malley had a belt. Okay. Patty or Justin will have a belt. O'Malley had a belt, not champs. But O'Malley won that fight fair and square against Aljo. He knocked him out, finished him off. He deserves it. Says UFC is a joke. No, what UFC is, it's not a joke. It is the best fighting organization in the world. The only problem is that we as fans have a high expectation of certain matchups. Now, the problem making all of those fights happen and making those matchups go down every time is that, well, there's injuries that happen. There's people like Ilya Tapora who have their own social problems outside of the cage, which allows them to not show up. What you're saying is that he didn't defend. No defend, no champ. Okay, I agree with that. So in that same regard, Conor was not a real champion. He was not a real double champion. Very few people, I think, that they defended both titles, right? Like, I think Daniel Cormier can say that. He's defended both belts. Couture has defended both belts. I don't know if BJ Penn has defended both belts, but he's won both belts. But here's the thing. I'm going to disagree with you on that. And this is what I'm going to say to that, right? They are all champions. They are all champions. The only difference is that there's different tiers of champions. So if you didn't defend your belt, then you're a lower tier champion. How about that? Is that fair? Because you can't say that they're not champions, right? It's very disingenuous, in my opinion. Very disingenuous. They are champions. They are just not defending champions. Says it's harder to fight having something to lose. Very true. Why? Defending champions such as Anderson Silva, George St. Pierre. Oh my goodness, this beautiful era of MMA. Who else? John Jones in his prime at that time. It seemed like the champions at that time reminded me of Hulk Hogan, right? Because Hulk Hogan maintained being a champion, whereas like nowadays in the WWE, you sort of notice that everybody is, kind of like switching and changing belts every week, right? Like every guy is a new champion every week. John Cena lost his championship fight to Gunter tonight. If you guys seen any of that, if you guys are out there following professional wrestling. Todd. Yeah, it's harder to fight with something to lose. I agree with that, man. Yeah. I 100% agree with that. Can't lie about that. Yeah, man. But like all things, MMA moves on. Life goes on. MMA moves on. The train keeps on going. It doesn't stop. Yeah, it goes on. It goes on, right? Check this out. Marty, tonight, his homeboy, they made a great account of themselves, lost to a decision, but someone else in his camp won. Ale Saeed, I think his name was, from his camp, right? An Egyptian fighter. Imagine that, right? One of your boys loses and the other one wins. I've been in cards like that before where I've won and my boys didn't win, where I've lost and then someone else won. It's just the way of life, man. But here's the thing. Whether you won or lost, I wish I had this mentality back then, right? Because it really bummed me when, I was on the losing end of that loss, right? Really bummed. I should have just taken it as like an experience. Like, hey, you know what, man? Whatever. You know what? Like, I'm here experiencing this. I lost, but the other boys won. It's a great experience. And for those that can look at it like that, man, God bless you. It's how you got to do it. Trump will end MMA after the White House card. It will be the last event. He will end MMA? Wow. Okay, that is a very serious that is a very serious statement right there. We're gonna have to clip that right there. Oh yeah, we got ourselves a clipped out portion right now. Okay. Trump will end MMA post White House. That is what we're going to title this. Trump will end MMA post White House. So why are we saying that? Well, the reason why you're saying that Trump will end MMA after the White House is because now MMA is going to be looked at as a completely different sport, right? For better or for worse. I think sometimes for the worse. Number one, for a fact that a lot of the Democrats are going to be using this as a political tool. Oh, look at what Trump did. He spent all of this money for the White House, and everybody is in a destitute situation in the United States. People are losing their jobs to AI. People are no longer going out, spending money, contributing to the economy because everyone is broke. Yet here's Trump, millions of dollars in taxpayers' money to have a fight at the south lawn of the White House. Remember what Conor McGregor said about his fight at the White House, right? What did he say exactly? He said in exact words, I am not here to negotiate with the UFC. I am here to negotiate with the U.S. government. Can you imagine that? What fighter in the history of any fighting sport has ever said that? Other than, of course, Ali, when he said that he was going to, or Ali and Don King, when they were going to negotiate with the president of Zimbabwe. Right, wherever that fight was at the Rumble in the Jungle with George Foreman. Okay? Like, think about that, right? You are negotiating with a government and not the UFC in and of itself. So what exactly does that mean? They're going to use that. The political opponents of Trump, they're going to use that as a political tool to diminish him. And I'm not saying this as somebody that is a fan of Trump, and I'm not saying this as somebody that hates Trump or that has Trump derangement syndrome, as they like to call it. Quite frankly, I think Trump derangement syndrome goes both ways, right? It goes to people that believe in him to the fullest extent, and then there are people that just will look at anything that he does, even positively, to a negative end to fulfill their political goals or their political alignment or their narrative or their party line that they like to tote. But yeah, man, when you say that Trump will end MMA after this card, you may say that as just tongue-in-cheek, as just banter, as just being funny. But I take that as something else, very symbolic. I take that as something very poetic and something very ironic. Well, isn't it ironic? Don't you think? It's like rain on your wedding day. A free ride that you just can't take. And who is that? Who made that song? Alanis Morissette, man. Shout out to Alanis Morissette, man. What a lot of people don't know about Alanis Morissette. Alanis Morissette, Canadian singer. During the time, I believe she was hot during the time of Tupac. Like, she was on top of the charts during that time. Mid-90s or so, right? Yeah, man. But not to digress, it could very well be the last MMA event. And what I mean by that is the last MMA event to take place in a setting of mainstream. Because after the White House card, MMA is going to go back to the underground. Yep, you heard it right. MMA is going back to the underground. And that's the way that I see it. So, yeah, we'll stay for about a couple more minutes, you know, and then we'll, yeah, man, we'll get this thing cracking because I got that video with Francis Ngannou that I want to drop just right before midnight. It says, what a great card. Yeah, man, it is. Look, these are cards. These are cards that a lot of people really sleep on, Ank. They really sleep on these cards, man. There have been a lot of cards that many people have slept on in the Apex. You know what, man? I wonder if they have a compilation of like the best Apex fight ever, right? It says Kape title shot since he made a statement versus a guy who doesn't get finished like that. Yeah, correct. I agree. People give them hate too much for no reason. Yeah, because they're not true MMA fans. Look, the majority of people are not real MMA fans, okay? They're not true MMA fans. You see, what they are just casuals, right? What they are looking for. Okay, so we're gonna have a great explanation. We're gonna have another segment for this, man. I'm just making segment after segment on this one right here, right? So I'm probably gonna drop a few videos during this week, just making some segments out of this one right here. So, all right. Next segment we'll make. All right, so during the pandemic, every fight was taking place at the Apex Center, right? And now that we are spoiled with all of these fights on the road, everybody is now hating on these Apex cards for no reason, right? I agree. People give them hate for no reason. Says, I'm excited for Kevin Vallejos. He's got a bright future. Right, there you go. Kevin Vallejos, right, with his win tonight. Right, with his win tonight. Yeah, he's definitely got a bright future. Got a win over Giga Chikadze. That is what the Apex is for, right? It is to build these stars for tomorrow. It is a factory to build the stars of tomorrow. Everybody, and when I mean everybody, I'm talking about the casuals. What they are looking for is that Hollywood type of fight. And what do I mean by the Hollywood type of fight? The type of fight that everybody wants to see. Conor McGregor versus Khabib. UFC 229, October 2018. The most classic fight of all time. Yeah? That's what they want to see. That's a Hollywood fight. John Jones versus Daniel Cormier the first time around. That's a Hollywood fight. There was a lot of theatrics that came with it, pushing each other at the press conference, getting into a little shoving match. On top of that, how about Jorge Masvidal and Colby Covington? There you go, man. That right there is Hollywood magic. What is everybody talking about in the 170 division right now? They are talking about Ian Gary taking on Islam Makhachev. Is that a Hollywood fight? Yeah, it's a Hollywood fight. But what if they were to put Shavkat versus Islam Makhachev? Nope. It's not much of a Hollywood fight, really. Not at all. No. Not at all. How about if you were to put Paddy Pimblett versus Justin Gaethje? Not really. You know what is a Hollywood fight? Ilia Topuria versus Paddy Pimblett. You want to know why that's a Hollywood fight? Check this out. The reason why that's a Hollywood fight is because there is theatrics behind it. Paddy Pimblett said racially derogatory things towards Ilia Topuria, saying, and I quote, "Mate, I see why the Russians terrorize your people, man." And then he calls him Mr. Hand Sanitizer. Mr. Hand Sanitizer, mate. Mr. Hand Sanitizer. And then Ilia Topuria confronts him in London and gets into a fight with him. How you do it, man? And now they're in a top spot. Ilia Topuria, double champion. Ilia Topuria, 145 champion, right? While Paddy was moving up the 155 division. And then out of nowhere, Ilia Topuria becomes the 155 champion, becoming a champion way before Paddy, while Paddy was just developing himself. But nonetheless, there's Hollywood theatrics behind that fight. It's worthy of a Hollywood fight, but everybody doesn't like the Apex fights because It is a building foundation. You see what I'm saying? You mentioned Kevin Vallejos tonight, right? Could he be a star? Absolutely. Absolutely. There's a great chance. Yeah, there is a great chance that that he becomes a superstar one day. Now, here's the thing. Why is it that the casuals don't care? You want to know why? They don't care because he's not a star right now. Well, we as hardcore fans, we're invested in seeing him become a star, right? Well, because we're hardcore fans. That's not how most people work. How most people work is, what is the hottest thing right now? I want the hottest thing right now. I want what is hot right now. I'm not there trying to build with anyone. I'm not there trying to, make. I'm not there trying to make some sort of time or some sort of effort into investing in this person. I want the now, okay? And that right there is the reason why most people are casuals. That is the reason why most people don't care about these Apex cards. Because what they want are the fights in big-time Vegas. Now, the big-time fights in Riyadh season. Now, the big-time fights in where they sing Neil Diamond's Sweet Caroline before the big fights happen. And then he says here, people want Alex Pereira's, Merab's, Ilya's. Yes, that's what it is. But guess what, man? Before Alex Pereira had to be that, Alex Pereira had to be that mechanic at the shop. Okay, Merab had to be that construction worker working in New Jersey. Ilya had to be that guy. I don't know what Ilya was prior to that, but he wasn't the Ilya Tapora we know today. He was just the Ilya Tapora that was a normal Real Madrid FC fan. Now he's sponsored by Real Madrid FC. But how did he get there? He had to get there first. He had to go through the Bryce Mitchells of the world. Alex Pereira had to go through the no-name guys of the world. Of course, they did that on purpose to try and build him up to fight Izzy. But even before that, even before he was in kickboxing, he was fighting a bunch of no-names. Supposedly, Andrew Tate was going to fight him, according to Andrew Tate. Supposedly. Right? But back then, I guarantee you, Andrew Tate wouldn't even say Alex Pereira's name at all. Nor would Alex Pereira even mention Andrew Tate's name. They were just nobodies at that time. I mean, they were somebodies in the realm of combat sports, in the realms of kickboxing, boxing, MMA, and so on and so forth. But that's the thing. Everybody wants the big fights right now. Damn about building with people like Marty, who had to corner his boy tonight, and people like the ones that I know that are like Marty around here in Sacramento and elsewhere around the world. These are the guys that are building the stars of tomorrow. At the same time, taking risk, because what if they don't become the stars of tomorrow? Then what becomes of them? What becomes of your time that you spent with this athlete? Like, was it all worth it in the end? And that is a question that you have to ask yourself when you try and pursue an endeavor in MMA that could mean absolutely nothing. And guess what? There's also the aspect of fighter pay that also delves into the moral dilemma that people have of why they are taking these insane risks, like Isaac Dolgarian, right? James Krause, those types of situations that led the FBI to check out the UFC this year in a way that they checked out the NBA with Chauncey Billups and Rozier and all these other guys that they caught, and among other sports that they are going after too as well, with some corruptions pertaining to such subject. But yeah, man, that's really what it is, man. But tonight, man, the Apex cards were incredible. Unfortunately, a lot of people are not going to care for them, and that's the sad part about it. But by the end of the day, it is the hardcores that build this sport whether it is through their viewership of the fights that nobody really sees, or whether it is their contribution to the specific athlete that is trying to make it in the higher ranks. Make no mistake, like all things in life, understand this. Why people don't like the Apex cards, because people don't like to see building. They want to see the now. They want to see what is hot right now, because that's what they want to be a part of. They want to be a part of what is hot right now, and they ain't worried about trying to make themselves hot or trying to put themselves in a hot situation, or by the very least trying to put others in a good or hot situation. They don't care about that. They want the now. They want what is now, and they want what is good for them right now, and nothing more, nothing less. And everything that I just talked about right now, believe it or not, none of that had anything to do with the Apex cards, believe it or not. None of that had anything to do with the Apex cards. How crazy is that? None of it had anything to do with the Apex cards. And caught. All right, we got about a good 10-minute segment out of that. Why casual fans hate Apex cards. Trump will end MMA post UFC White House. Why did Muhammad Mukayev get kicked out of the UFC? Oh yeah, we got 3 videos just out of that one, and with that, I am about to drop the video of Francis Ngannou. We're going to drop the video regarding Francis Ngannou, and yeah. And why him and Dana White got into it. So, yeah, guys, what else? What else do we got going on here that we can talk about before we sign off? I'm about to sign off soon. Just trying to get the views up to 1,000. Wow, man, I didn't think I was even going to get. I didn't even think I was going to get up to 1,000 in this one. Yeah, drop the music on this one. All right, man. Yeah, I think I think that's it. We'll call that a night right there. All right, guys, listen, I'm going to head over and get this Francis Ngannou video done for you guys. I will release it sometime in the midnight or just right before midnight, right? It is about to be 11 p.m. in the West Coast right now. So anywhere from before midnight or just right after midnight, sometime in that between time of the West Coast time. But yeah, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next one. I'll keep this music running for a bit, but yeah, we're gonna call this one on the end right here. Thank you for everyone. This has been an awesome live stream. I'll see you in the next one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Inshallah.
way of living. Blessings to you, my British man, Sacramento City. Can I say that Kyrie is a fantastic athlete, and I'm not just glazing him because he is obviously illuminating me that I'm an intellectual giant. Shout out to you, sir. But Kyrie does have a phenomenal YouTube channel, really good creator. He has a beard that anyone would be jealous of, especially me, someone who cannot grow one. Shout out to Kyrie, really good creator. Give the guy a song, he definitely deserves it. Another person who has reasonable, well thought out takes. Frankly, I still have some friends that